Hey. So, you all are having been rebuffed, so to speak, by Noro, and to a lesser extent Serana. You are in Drellin's Ferry again. It is almost strangely exactly as you remember it. You know, nothing has changed, despite everything having changed. It's I think at this point quite late in the evening, after having tried in vain to convince or to convey the danger to Noro. But otherwise, the town stands before you. What would you all like to do? I will remind you as well that Serana did confirm with you that your rooms are still available should you want them. You do not have to find your own accommodations.
I believe the angle will be to long rest, which will probably mean sleeping through the evening.
It's like 3 or 4 p.m., so we would get up at like midnight.
He says the night.
Oh.
Yeah, it just I'm making the assumption that these conversations with Serana and Noro did take quite a while.
Oh, that's fair.
Now correct me if I'm wrong, but I was assuming you had taken some time to really elucidate everything that happened in detail. So
Yep.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
It's good work.
Did he communicate? Wait, did he or she? I guess maybe more she communicate how much information they're going to distribute to the other council members?
Well, it would have been mostly to Serana.
Serana basically shared that the goal was to get the council together as soon as possible so that you can talk to them.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I come into it with an understanding of what they already know, I guess.
You should, sort of out of character, I think you can assume that Noro is going to be the one speaking to the council to get them together.
Okay.
Serana might lend her voice, but Serana is going to be very busy, and she shares this with you,
With everything else.
with defense of the town pretty much full time. They're going to really be on high alert here for the next couple days. So I would expect Noro to be doing most of the work there, and you recall obviously how he reacted.
Yeah.
So we could potentially, we know one of the council members, right? It's the wizard.
Yep.
I mean, we could potentially try to get him talk to him before all the other doubting Thomases on the council. Like when you're in a room, the group thing starts. Like a couple of people say, "This is ridiculous," but like if you could explain something one-on-one, it's sort of there's not the external forces. At least that's like my interpretation of like what happens with crowd dynamics. So my thought is that might not be a bad idea to make our pitch to the wizard. Well, since we know he's on the council, we know he'll be at that meeting. We know that we have to convince him, and I think getting a one-on-us audience would be better than having a hostile crowd there.
I mean, convincing who we can before the actual get together can't hurt, right?
Mm-hmm.
That said, we're all really tired, and we all also want to sleep, right? So I don't know. Are you thinking of doing that tonight, or are you thinking?
Yes, before anyone else can sort of so he hears it straight from us first, and before, like I said, other opinions can start to form. We get in there first. I think we have the best chance of explaining it too. And then we might have, then the additional benefit to that is we might have 2 people on the council who are supporting us from the get-go, which is...
Well, I mean, right now, since we have 0.
Yeah, Noro is not supporting us. Clearly.
Well, she said he was the easiest one to convince, so he might
And
be.
he was.
And he wasn't convinced.
Yeah.
Right, so I
So
think...
we failed the easiest one.
Yeah.
So I think it's worth going to see him now before they all meet. Like, we're all tired, but
You want to go talk to this? You want to go talk to what's his name? Satiran. After 36 plus hours of being awake, and you want to try and debate with this wizard about leaving his cozy tower and magical crap.
let's debate with him now or debate with the crowd tomorrow. It'd be good to have a friendly voice on our side if we can make our pitch.
Two Silver says you don't get him on our side tonight.
Sorana's the only person I particularly care if they're on our side.
Sure, but without the approval of the council, we're not going to save the masses. With Serrano's approval, at least we have the militia on our side, and the militia will be prepared for the worst. But if all the people are here and a dragon attacks, it doesn't do us not all that much good. I think I'm one of. I personally, I'm speaking just for me, not all of us. I'd like to focus on. I might just spend the night trying to figure out how to talk to the group tomorrow. Which isn't to say that I'm opposed to a visit to the wizard. It's just you might want to do without me. If that makes any sense.
Well, I'll be going one way or another.
I think that's a good idea.
I think he's
You do think it's a good idea?
Can't hurt.
I think he's
Well,
one of the
I
more
mean,
logic.
Metagaming it can hurt, but like, don't roll natural one on your convincing checks. But like, like in game, yeah.
I think he's the person most likely to be receptive.
I mean, to be fair, we've only met him, and what's his name?
He's not a stranger, at least.
Right. I mean, there could be others that are more receptive besides him, but we don't know them. So.
I also don't think this is going to help, but I'll go with you nonetheless.
Yeah, I'll tag along. You're gonna wake me up when you walk in the room anyway later. But I'm just gonna watch.
So you guys are heading over there right now?
Yes.
Well, you know where his house is. I mean, it's
Yeah.
on the bluffs overlooking the Elsyr. You approach the home. You can see his lights are on. I mean, there are there's certainly there's a fire or candles in the windows. So it seems
the way
like
over
someone's
there.
home.
On the way over there, I will deploy Evan again
Okay.
and just have him circle over Drellinsberry. Pretty much just keep an eye out for the dragon, but anything super out of the ordinary.
Absolutely.
What's the name of the wizard?
Sertiran
Sertiran.
or Sertiran? Sertiran. Sertiran. Yeah.
Sertiran. I think that's how I think I wrote it phonetically.
Sertiran. Yeah.
Sertiran. Yep, that's how I have it written. So that must have been how you said it the first time.
It's less of. I'm just not sure how it's pronounced based on how it's written. So, Sertiran, I think, makes sense.
I can promise you how it's written in my notes. It's pronounced Sertiran.
The town is empty as you travel. It's late, but the only real people you see are at the edges of town. You see the groups of town guard now in greater numbers at all the exits to the town. Especially from here, you can kind of see them this is the high point of the town, so you can see them to the southwest or southeast of you, on the paths that head on the Dawnways to the east. You can see them kind of setting up shop. It looks like maybe they've just some of them have just started to get the news, as they are a little more active than you think they would be at this time of night. So, what would you guys like to do?
I think we're going to head straight over to the wizard and knock on his door and see if he answers.
I'm not there.
Halfway there, I will change my mind and turn around
Okay.
and then go back.
Fair enough.
You know what? Fuck this.
Well, it's gonna be, I look at you two. I feel like talking to the magic guy is kind of past my area of expertise aside from transactional. So, I'm gonna let you handle this one. I'm gonna go bother Redrick. We'll go back to bother Redrick at some juncture.
No one answers when you knock.
It looks like he's home, but
Definitely looks like he's home. Looks like someone's home. I mean, you see the light.
He's just scrambling, packing in there.
You see
Yeah.
the light inside.
I'm going to knock again for like a good solid 30 seconds, and I'm not going to stop.
But before you finish knocking,
Yeah.
the door flies open and you see the halfling man, the same one you saw before.
halfway.
I thought he was a small human. In my notes, I have written small human.
Did I mention he was short and you or
He's
something?
a small guy. I was like, alright, he's a small human. Okay. Halfling it is.
His like glasses are like sort of half falling off his face, and his hair is even more disheveled than the last time you saw him. And he just looks at you. Yes?
It's a matter of great importance we need to discuss. You wouldn't bother you at this hour if it weren't concerns the scouting that we did.
Is someone
Yeah.
dead?
Yes, many someones are dead.
Oh, well. Okay, come in. He leads you into sort of through the area where you met him for last time, which is just like sort of a sitting room that's been transformed into his like little shop area that has cases and displays and stuff. He leads you through that room into like a little almost like a kitchen. There's like a fire. There's a hearth with a fire in it, and it looks like he had a teapot hanging over the fire. There's like a kitchen table, well used, and some sort of other kitchen supplies here for cooking and stuff. And he sort of gestures to the table at all of you. It's a little low, but not too uncomfortable to sit at if you want to sit down. And he begins to pour you some tea and sort of looks at you all expectantly, like sort of maybe a little bit impatiently, but not unkindly.
Yeah, so I'll bring the map out and I'll just describe, like, including a lot of detail and sort of the points of emphasis I want to make is we make our like the level of organization of these goblins, how unusual it is that there's hundreds of goblins tribes gathering together, and we have evidence that that's the case. We've seen it with our eyes. We saw a dragon, and when we destroyed Skull Gorge Bridge, and that our colleague found infernal script as basically notes concerning this invasion. So this isn't even just mundane powers at work.
This isn't some rebel of mindless orcs.
Exactly, and I want to make all those points and just bring it then to the conclusion that the forces that are arrayed against the Drellitz Ferry are overwhelming, and there's no way that they'll be able to stand. And they need to evacuate.
Oh my, that is concerning. Well, how long do you think until they get to town?
think you have at least 4 days. Could have as many as 6, but or 7. But it's hard to tell exactly what day in their plan. He'll gesture to the map we've encountered them on. I think we've delayed them at least a few days with the destruction of Skull Gorge Bridge. It's very difficult to move an army of that size. I've seen it before. Slow, very slow going, even with the nastiest of overseers.
That makes good sense. I think perhaps another week, if we're lucky, until they get here. It gives me plenty of time to pack up. I really do appreciate you letting me know. What do you all plan to do?
Well, we could use your voice when the council next meets to convey the seriousness of this issue and help us convince the rest of the council members that this town needs to be abandoned.
Oh, that sounds like a heavy lift.
We know.
They really don't want to leave. So I think I'll just leave that to you, and I think I'll leave tomorrow or the next day. I do appreciate it.
So I'm gonna take a different tack.
Okay.
So, what are your thoughts? You dabbled much in divination.
It isn't my forte, but I know a bit about it.
I'm something of a diviner myself.
Oh?
I think that this isn't a problem that you can avoid by simply walking away.
I disagree, but continue.
And I would like to perform a hero reading for him if he's willing. And I want to show him my deck, which is like extremely nice. Like it's not just a normal one. And I want to make as much of an emphasis as possible that this is not a mundane reading. I'm not a charlatan sort of thing. This is like, I want to make him understand that this is powerful magic and not just cold reading. Knows.
Well, you're not bluffing, so I think a diplomacy check here would.
Think occultism, or because
Well,
it has to do with magic. It's like
If what you're trying to do here first is just to convince him
Yeah.
that this is a legitimate.
so. There is actually under fortune. I have fortune telling lore, and one of the things of fortune telling lore is checks to convince people that your hero reading is accurate.
Okay, I think that makes perfect sense.
Okay.
Give me one of those.
Some fortune telling lore. Come on. It's a hero point.
Oh,
It went from a 1 to a 4, so that's an
15.
improvement.
Okay.
Cashed it in.
He appears to be taking you very seriously. Like he's very patient. He seems genuinely curious about what you're doing, and he doesn't speak up in antagonism against your approach here at all. He sort of waits for you to continue.
Yeah, so I'll ask him to focus on what he plans to do for, what his plan is to leave this town and what he thinks is going to happen in the next few days. And as he focuses on that, I'm going to start the harrowing ritual.
Okay. You see him sort of touch his fingers on both hands, and then he nods at you.
All right, so I will. If he wants to aid me by describing what his plans are for the next, to avoid this invasion and whatnot, he could aid me on this.
He doesn't seem to be.
He's not gonna bite.
I don't think so. I think he's more focused on
What's
what
happening.
you're about to do here.
Okay, fair enough. So,
he's working with them.
so I start meditating, and I start painting occult symbols. Start shuffling a deck, and then like after one or two times where I shuffle the deck just gets out of my hands and starts shuffling itself, and the cards start floating around, and there's sort of a like an aurora effect around the room as all this stuff starts happening, and then I will make my primary skill check for it. I'm about to give this guy a free buff too, by the way. I succeed. All right, that is a success. And let's see what sort of buff I give him. It's kind of hilarious. Hammers. So, assuming he makes an attack roll in the next month, he will be able to re-roll that attack roll.
Okay.
So I'll keep track of that. I don't think it'll matter, but sort of what else? I mean, if you'll permit me liberty, I'll sort of describe to him, what is going to happen, or what I sort of sense happening to him in the future.
Okay. I mean,
So-
he is very patient. He just kind of watches you, and he continues to drink his tea. But apart from that, he's lets it all sort of happen.
Yeah, so 3 cards just float down from the ceiling, and the first one is the tower, and the tower is signifying great change and a catastrophic event
Okay.
that's upcoming. And sort of the implication of that is obviously the destruction of Drellin's Ferry at the hands of the Horde, and then beyond that, they're not going to stop at Drellin's Ferry. And the second card I will draw is the Magician, and it sort of not only does it signify him, but it signifies sort of what the logical move here should be, and that it's not what he thinks it is, because if he tries to run, the red hand is coming. They're going to keep moving, and the result of that, the last card is the Death card. He will eventually. He can't run forever because this is like a tectonic force, and I'll describe like in detail how I see his death coming. He'll be like in the middle of the wilderness, camping out after Brindle's been burnt to the ground, and he'll be disheveled. He'll be ragged. He'll be like sleeping under a stump, and in the middle of the night, he'll find himself seized by some goblins. He won't be able to react because he's been without sleep. He's probably been killing them for days, but can't run against the Horde. And the way he ends is just like hung up on a tree, like the one guy we saw someone in like a basement. They're hung up for basically he's hung up for sport on a wheel that's spinning around.
You saw a farmer hung up on one of the towers of Wrath Keep.
Yeah, so I'll actually change it. He's hung up on a wheel spinning around, and the goblins are using him for dark practice.
Okay.
So that is the vision I will describe to him.
And I assume this is in an effort to encourage him to help you with the council, right?
Yeah, and make an active stand and try to help the effort rather than just running away.
And
And he'll feel like the magical sort of I'll call it luck, like enter him as the harrowing ritual completes, and he's going to have that free reroll if it matters.
He pauses for a moment and sips his tea and says, "Well, you've impressed me. It's more than just trickery. I've seen harrow readers before, but never ones with any real power. I'll give you that. It is impressive. And I'll allow you a diplomacy check here to try to influence him, and I'll give you a bonus on it."
6.
I'm gonna roll the other die for a moment. That one needs to be put. Where's the jail? Where's the dice jail?
It's around here somewhere.
I am
Bring it about.
not an unkind man. I don't wish the destruction of this town or its inhabitants, but I am simply their wizard. I owe them nothing and they owe me nothing. If they want to leave, well, I hope they do. But, frankly, I'm giving up my home to these goblins and forging a new path. And I frankly don't feel inspired to convince the more weak-minded members of this town to save their own lives. If they weren't fools, then they'll follow me. But that said, I appreciate your empathy, all of you. I'd be happy to sell you some wares before I go.
Well, I appreciate you hearing me out, but I do want to tell you that think about it in your own self-interest as well. It doesn't pay in any way to see many towns, many people killed for no reason, many towns burning along the Dawnway. It's not good for you in addition to. So even if you can't think of other people's self-interest, perhaps think of your own.
Oh, the words of a hero. I appreciate that. To be young again. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll perhaps see you tomorrow before I leave.
Who do you think is going to be the least cooperative at tomorrow's council meeting?
Oh, well, who told you there's a council meeting tomorrow?
Nora said he was going to
Nor was going to address the rest of the people, the rest of the members.
Nora had us under the impression that he was going to bring together the council.
I see. Well, that is optimistic of Noro. I do admire that man. He does his best to wrangle these fools. Let's say when, because I'm being optimistic on your behalf, you do meet with this council. I think you'll find the druid, our resident druid of Arthel, to be open-minded to your arguments. Now, they've always been practical-minded. However, I don't know how much weight they hold on the council. Frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if Noro didn't even bother to bring them in. They have no land, and they don't provide any services really apart from healing in the town. No, I think the people you'll have to convince are probably Kellen and Yormel, and to a lesser extent Dolores Ann. Now she is the adventuring type. I think she will. I think she'll understand where you're coming from. She's fought a hobgoblin before, but Kellen, Yormel, no. I just don't see how you're going to convince them. I think they, quite honestly, would rather see their own homes burned to the ground before they left Drone's Ferry. But hopefully I'm wrong.
Well, we appreciate the insight.
Oh, well, I feel like I owe you that much. Do you have any other questions? Well, you provided me a service tonight. If nothing else, I should provide you something.
How much do you know about dragons?
Oh, dragons. That's interesting. I've read a bit about them. Why do you ask?
Just wanted a second opinion as to the age of a green dragon that we encountered. Just is that today or yesterday?
Yesterday.
My days are blurred. That we encountered yesterday. Imagine the size of a large Clydesdale.
Did you already tell him this, that you saw a
Yeah.
dragon?
Yeah.
Well, so this was no wormling then. That is interesting. You want to know how old it is? Is that right?
Yeah. So I guess a second opinion on whatever Davian would have reasonably assumed that dragon's age would be.
Well, if it's only that large, it's probably still rather young. Did you see it do anything? Did it talk to you? Did it speak to you?
Talk to me.
Not directly, but we did hear it
Us.
speak.
I frankly, I didn't expect you to answer that. Yes, normally Green Dragon speaks to you. You don't come back alive. I'm perhaps underestimated all of you a bit. You didn't kill it, did you?
No. Give him something to remember, though.
Well, should be fun.
Magic missile.
He threw some lances and didn't damage him.
Yeah. I annoyed him.
Mm-hmm. That's why he spoke. He was like, "You insult me! You dare!"
Yeah, I dare.
Well,
Bing, 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 bing.
I would imagine from what you've said, then this would be a dragon too young to have a horde. So, dangerous in a different way, not because of its wealth and power and influence, but because it's willing to travel still. It's willing to move.
Ambitious.
Yes, and ambitious entirely. And if I know anything about dragons, especially dragons like green dragons and other of their kin, they tend to think quite highly of themselves. So they don't tend to take well to being tricked or
Taunted.
fooled or yes.
Outmaneuvered.
I would be careful if you run into them again.
Definitely didn't make it enemy for life. It's fine. Because we'll kill him, and then he will be alive, and then he can't get enemy
Enemy for his life.
for life. Yeah.
Do you have any other questions about the dragon? I have another thing to bring up if you don't.
I will say, you at least have proven to the dragon you're not a fool. That's the absolute worst thing you can do.
Yeah.
If a dragon at any time believes you to be stupid or unworthy of even speaking to you, good luck staying alive for more than a few moments. So you may at least be able to speak to it in the future. You've earned its respect in that way, I would imagine.
Yeah, but now it knows how to underestimate us.
Yeah, quite right.
I'm not there. Sorry.
Oh, you didn't go?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's just
Neither
us
of us
two.
did.
Okay, I'm
Just
sorry.
the two of us.
I'm just commenting. Meta pigeon.
And then, so I guess I didn't ask this specifically last time. I did a check on what I know about green dragons, but can I do a recall knowledge check to see if green dragons have any type of weakness, or at least, or the consolation prize of
Relatively.
things it is not actively resistant to?
Yeah. Okay, so you recall that
All right.
green dragons are not particularly weak to any type of magic or weaponry or elemental damage. You know that you definitely should not try to poison them. That won't work at all.
They're immune to divine lances too. 0 and 1, so it's obvious.
0 and 2.
Generally speaking,
Use yours twice.
Okay. It's
however, they aren't particularly resilient to anything. And I think with what you remember, you would know that it can be quite dangerous to approach them close, as they are quite fearsome in more ways than one in close combat, and it can be better to try to approach them, fight them from a distance with either magic or physical weapons. However, they tend to be rather resilient to both.
Shock. No poison.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, that's all I've got.
Okay.
What do you think the odds are that we could convince, based on what, if you know, do you know anything about forest giants?
Oh, I know there are some that live in the forest north of here. Or perhaps used to.
Based on what you know of them, what do you think the odds are we could convince them that the goblins are a threat? Maybe bring them to our side?
Oh, well, I suppose that depends on what you mean by bring them to your side.
Merely run interference, convince them that goblins are a bigger threat than we are.
I don't think that's unlikely at all, in fact, especially if the goblins follow through on what I assume they already intend to do, which is to make an absolute mess of the forest as they pass through it. You may not even need to do much work at all to convince them if they see that happening. Forest giants are not likely to sit idly by while their home is attacked or destroyed.
The dragon already started.
We can let them. Well, thank you for that information. And please consider tomorrow at least speaking up. I don't expect you to make some grand oration, but I think that one friendly voice could help our cause.
Well, you might be right. I'll say this. I will, if I'm asked to, I will at least attend.
That's all I ask for.
I'll take it.
Did you finish any of those True Strike scrolls?
I might have some for you tomorrow, if you're still interested.
Should be. Thank you.
I may also, I'll have to do some packing. And in the process, I assume I will find some of my more out of the way belongings that might be for sale. So if you're interested, stop by tomorrow. I might have some new stock.
You certainly will.
So, well, I'll head out unless you want to ask me anything else.
Nope.
That's good enough.
Ready to roll. Let's go divvy up our cool shit, figure out how many striking runes and armor runes we have to move around, and
But not
get ready to make some moves tomorrow.
But not able to move around.
Yet. Oh yeah, how long did we decide? It takes like, the better part of a day or something to.
I think it's like 6-7 hours. Something like that.
Okay.
We just had Ben or Bill just did that.
Yes.
Day. I don't remember. Do you remember how long it took?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, I'll head back.
To the inn?
Yeah.
Well, you go back to the old bridge, and you find it has changed a bit. Not quite as lighthearted as before. It's a little more full of what look like locals, farmers and stuff, folks that look a little out of place, and the mood is a bit somber. Not a lot of ale flowing, not a lot of happy conversations.
That's good.
But yeah, you find that it's still running. Kellen sort of recognizes you and just sort of gestures up toward the rooms, and yeah, that's that.
I'll head up to.
I was going to take 10 of the gold from our recent plunder.
Okay.
And just put it on the counter and be like, drinks are on us tonight.
Do you give this to Kellen, the proprietor of the inn?
Oh yeah, I forgot that was their name.
One of the
Which is-
people we need to
that's-
convince.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
He's one of the people to be hard to convince.
I see.
That's a good move.
He takes it and he says, "No one's drinking anyway." And then he sort of stashes it away, and pulls a pint for himself, takes a big swig, and he sort of yells at the rest of the group or at the rest of the room and says, "You heard him. You want anything to drink? It's on them." There's some grumbles at first, but a couple people definitely stand up and come get something to drink.
That includes me. I'll also have one.
I have drinks for free tonight.
Yeah, I kind of just want to, I guess, sit down and talk to y'all before we crash, unless we're trying to crash first.
You would find me sitting in.
Yeah, anywhere. Where did the two of you go back here immediately, or?
So he was back here. I went halfway with them and then said, "Yeah, I'm not talking to this guy." And I turned around and came back and would have sat down. I would have knocked on his door. And
I would have been like taking my armor off so I could actually sleep tonight, and like getting and like.
I've been like,
Just come in.
"Hey,
What's up? Kids say now, right? What's up?
what? How old are you anyway?"
132.
I guess.
There it is.
I guess that's fair.
There it is.
I'll give you that one.
So I changed today while I was sitting on my couch thinking about it. I tried because my picture.
Mhm.
There's my picture.
And we can, I mean, Redrick and, Rex definitely would have chatted, but we can wait, because this would be stuff probably that the group would also.
You would hear them. You would probably hear them come in
Yeah.
from upstairs and hear them talking and sort of starting to drink and stuff. So you would know
Yeah.
they're here.
So, I mean, whenever you guys come up and join us,
I'd probably go up almost straight away.
well, you would probably go to our room, and if I heard you open
Yeah.
our room, I'm gonna go get Runar.
Sure.
Knocking. Well, I wouldn't knock my phone.
I assume we're
Yeah.
just in neighboring
Come on.
rooms also.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna get him to come over.
Just killed some mini.
Once Davian gets up here, got some stuff to think about.
I come up with a mug.
Perfect.
Man of
It's
the
only for
hour.
coffee, isn't it?
Yes. Okay.
So
It is. It's true.
between the two of you, how many actual soldiers do you think the Vale has?
Do we know?
That's a great question that I feel like I would
You'd have
arguably be the
ballpark.
best. I was gonna say I think of the three of us, I'd probably have the best idea at a guesstimate of what that number looks like.
I wouldn't know.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely
I
no
definitely
way.
wouldn't know.
I think I have a pretty darn good idea.
You would at least know like of the
I think those two.
like
The far west, the
religious
east city.
forces.
Yeah.
Religious
Or the
forces,
temples.
and then I work with the Lord in what's the place called?
Brindle.
Brindle.
Brindle. Yeah, so you'd have some. Yeah, I mean you have some degree.
So we at least have a good estimate of
Then-
the two biggest cities in the Vale.
And then especially the south is where I focus.
Right.
Let's see. So, as far as Brindle goes, you're looking at you've spent a decent amount of time in Brindle, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Both of you.
Brindle's my town.
Yeah.
That's yeah.
no, so he's more than me.
Papa Balthier is a wizard in that town.
Okay.
I was in Dennevar a lot.
Okay. Okay.
I do book the Lord in Dennevar.
So you would know, I think you both know in Brindle, you're looking at about 200 guards. Now, Davian, you would know specifically that there are also 15 or 20 like very elite guards for the king, and about 800 militia that could be sort of, mustered if necessary.
Sorry, what was the elite guard number?
15 to 20.
15 to 20. You've never seen them all, but they're called the Lions of Brindle, and they're basically the King's Guard, the sort of the elite guard of House of Jarmath.
And I'm guessing they have, at least not in probably our lifetimes, having you and I had that conversation earlier, probably in our lifetimes, I'm guessing they haven't ever mobilized.
Not to the extent we be.
The at least on the conversation we had before we got here. But I mean, the Vale hasn't been seriously mobilized in hundreds of years.
Right.
Longer than I've been alive.
So, Runar, you got that map? So if we're looking here, how many of these, how far do we think they pillage before Brindle does jack shit?
Well,
Until they can see the walls?
We received that.
I was going to say, when Lord Jarmuth dispatched us to bring Serana back to cover his own ass, I would guess that they'd have to be within spitting distance of Brindle itself.
Yeah.
It sounds like he won't be interested in, what you said. He said he wants out beyond his walls.
Yeah. And I know that you're particularly interested in this here Sarvith. I don't remember. Fella, lady, monstrosity.
That works. Goblin
But
like.
if it's not, you said that there'd be people to slow them down, and the other, like, we could potentially focus on what's happening here. Sounds like there's gonna be nothing to slow them down from complete rampage if we don't do some kind of interference. I'm not saying we can fight an army. We absolutely cannot fight an army ourselves.
You mentioned the throw a fireball, retreat. Throw a fireball, retreat.
Well, something like that, yeah. That's kind of...
Look, worked really well day one. Day two, it was already far less effective. I almost died to that goblin captain. It was insane.
Oh, he's a captain. That's crazy.
Yeah, when you
can
survive,
tell
you
by
get
I thought it was
upgraded
general.
rank.
Oh, I see. He didn't survive, though.
What about Denovar's forces?
So you would know that Denovar actually has fewer, like, proper guards in the town, but they have a great number of paladins and clerics. However, the nature of the religious sects of the city means that it would be very difficult to unite them in anything apart from the defense of Denovar. I think overall, they're the sort of combat might of Denovar exceeds Brindle, but getting it to do anything would be extremely difficult.
Classic.
Yeah, they suck. There's a reason I left.
There's a reason we work well together.
It's a wonder this Elsevier has survived for so long with the, not the opposite of survival instinct is, but it seems that people here are determined to stick their head in the sand.
Why do you
It's
think I like being
because-
out in the wilderness?
Why do you think I like saying?
It's because 90% of the population hasn't been alive to see any kind of conflict.
Or hardship?
Peace makes men weak.
Peace makes men passive.
Weak.
Anyway,
Well, that's what.
What do I know about Doth? Since I just happen to know a lot about that place. I say it's much smaller, so I'm assuming I'm not really hoping for much.
Let's see.
I know they have a wonderful inn.
Do they?
It's called the Tired Giant.
Oh yeah, it's actually one thing I know too.
Oh,
Oh,
I feel like
we
I
got
would-
the same notes on
I feel,
that.
I feel like Zach would have updated it with more notes in retrospect.
They have no town guard.
But. Wonderful.
They have maybe a very small militia, but it's mostly a very peaceful town that just kind of is self-sufficient with their farming and very open to travelers. Like, they're very kind to travelers, but
Sounds like a great place to set up a commune outside of.
yeah, yep. So yeah, that's why I didn't give you much more, because there really isn't much more.
Sure.
How about just from a proximity relevance standpoint? How about Tarleton?
Let's see.
The Gap's apparently not even worth burning, so I'm assuming they don't have much.
There's not much.
Military might.
Nimon Gap is similar. Let's see here.
What's similar?
The Nimon Gap is
sorry.
similar to Duff.
Okay.
Now, Tarleton is a little larger, but they are larger mostly for their livestock. They keep a pretty booming leather trade there, and so they have a lot of people to mind their cattle. But it's, I feel like you would know this, Davian. They're not very friendly to outsiders for a couple of reasons. One,
It smells bad.
tanneries are terribly stinky. And
Have
two,
driven past actual slaughterhouses in Texas. There's a reason there's nothing around them for miles.
there are rumors that you think are plausible that the town council there are in league with bandits.
Oh, wonderful.
That's my understanding.
There's one other thing I would have wanted just to ask the wizard about. What might be near Restalar that Sarmith might be interested in? Like, just if you could speculate on it, magically speaking, because that's the only thing I can think of as to why a goblin would have been. A goblin is just all by themselves near a dead city in the middle of nowhere.
Wait, are you making a knowledge check, or what did you want to do?
I wanted to ask the wizard.
Oh, you can ask him tomorrow once you go back.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that's.
What's Restalar?
Restler is the city that was the big
But
show
yeah.
in town.
The old
So
capital
what
of
do I
the.
know? I'll say, what do I know about it too?
That's it. Only that it was once a booming, huge capital that would have dwarfed Brindle, and it was the seat of power of the entire region of Old Restolor. Now, you would have traveled within like a couple dozen miles of it. Like, you would have seen something
Right,
in
I
your
would-
travel south. You saw swampland, nothing there. So you have no idea.
What about the Witchwood? Are there any legends about what might be? Because that's also close to where they are, right?
We were
Legends.
in it also.
Yeah, I mean,
Say like the North Witchwood, or I was in the Witchwood for a while. That would.
no, I mean, apart from what you learned from Jor, I mean, there's not much more about the Witchwood. You know, there are a lot of legends about it, about druid communities that used to live there in ages past, and obviously giants and all kinds of things. But how much of it there is actually truth to, you don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
There was like Klein. Yeah.
Well, the wizard was at least convinced that he needs to leave. I'm not so sure that he's going to be much help tomorrow. I don't think he'll hinder us, but seems to take the attitude of saving his own skin is paramount, and anyone stupid enough not to be convinced is fair game. Can't say that I blame him.
That is how nature works.
So he's planning on leaving.
He's going to leave, yes, but he said he would at least show up if the meeting was called.
Well, hopefully he'll speak up.
What do you mean, if a meeting is called?
As in, he wasn't so sure that Nora would even call it.
That would
Right.
help some.
As I said, the people of this land are vexing to me.
What do you mean?
They don't want us. They won't even take basic actions to save their own skin, act in their own self-interest. Don't understand the concept of danger.
Why would
In
they?
fairness, about 5 hours ago, they didn't think there were more than 50 goblins on the opposing shore, and nothing of a dragon.
I mean, they will of course take action to defend themselves when they believe there's a threat.
Finishing our slight summary of nearby towns and their potential military might. The last two that we have that are basically between us and Brindle are, and I guess Presser's not actually between us and Brindle, but it's still on the route. Talar and Presser. Anything stand out about either of those? I know that Talar gets good amount of trade traffic, just proximity to Brindle, but do they have a...
They're the most likely to have someone to like lend a hand, but they also have no chance. They're not a defensible position. They're sort of like in Baldur's Gate, the outlying sort of villages that are just on the outside of the walls. Like that's sort of like what we're talking about here.
Gotcha.
They're very profitable. They do good business, but they're not in a place to defend themselves.
So it's kind of like Drell's Ferry in that regard.
Kinda.
Is that Talar?
Yeah.
You see Renner writing the name of each of these towns down, and then you see him put like a rune next to, like the same rune next to each of them except for Brindle.
I'm guessing that means useless.
Yes. You're already learning.
Well, I know one thing about, what is it? Looking at the map. Is Prosser even on here?
I don't...
Yeah, it's over here.
turned off.
They want to burn it. It's quite a ways from Brindle. One thing I know about there is they got a handful of old adventurers. A group, I think they call themselves, I don't know much about them. I think they call themselves the Six Blades. But I guess they run an inn there, and maybe more people of their type gather there. That's not much to work with, but it's better than anything else.
Okay. Well, I think to start with, we talk to the council tomorrow. If we're lucky, perhaps we can convince Sotirin to stay another day or two to handle some of these runes for us. We could reach out to the forest giants.
Why?
They could potentially harry, harass, delay the goblins, take a bite out of their forces as we did. They know the forest better than we do, probably stealthier than we are. Obviously they won't stop the army, but they have an interest in making it as painful for the goblins as possible as we do.
I mean, they're not going to leave their territory. I suspect they'll beat up any trespassers that go through anyway.
They might appreciate the warning, though. Be able to better prepare themselves if they know the threat is coming.
I would hope that considering the proximity of that
I would think
effigy
they
to
know
the
better.
revenge, they would already know.
Yeah.
But I guess that's potentially not correct. I also would think that they wouldn't even want to help us. I mean, their last major conflict was with people in the keep.
Yeah.
But could be wrong, I suppose. Maybe the forest.
Maybe they're not
trumps
about
all-
a bribe.
We have
Pull the deed out.
well, we have a giant necklace and a giant glove that none of us can use as well. Keep in mind we have we have like a power fist or
Let's
something.
go get a pet giant.
We could or it's like a spiked glove.
You have a
that's sized-
spiked gauntlet, yes.
That's a
Size
giant.
size for a giant.
None of us can use this.
Was that magical? I don't remember.
It
I
was.
don't think they're gonna want the necklace to
Then
forest
it might
giant.
shrink.
Right, but the spike gauntlet. The spike
Somehow I
gauntlet-
think that would land a very different kind of conversation.
I think that the spike gauntlet though could be a good offer of a good show of our intentions.
Does anybody ever, at all, approach the forest giants to talk to them? Have I ever heard of anyone? Just, yeah.
No. However, in your lifetime, you've never even spoken to anyone that's seen them firsthand.
Yeah.
So,
Do I have any idea? Would I presume that they speak giant?
I think that's probably fair.
Would I presume that they speak common?
Yeah, I think that's a fair assumption as well.
Okay. I need to know if my character's like, how the heck are we even going to communicate with these people?
Can I roll a do recall knowledge with society to see how likely I think an alliance could be with the forest giants?
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I don't speak giant.
I speak Jotun.
When we find some fucking orcs, though, I'm gonna
Yeah, I say I
talk
do.
their ear off.
I do speak Jotun as well.
So, okay, good. So you can come up at their level a little
Yes.
What's Jotun? Is it the new giant?
Giant language.
Mhm.
It's actually more
it's-
about there's a bunch of magic cards that are like Jotun grunts that are giant creatures. It's,
Well, in Norse, it's Jotnar, I think, is giant.
more accurate than
Okay.
giant language.
Diabolic.
That's why I thought it was.
Infernal, I dig Infernal a little bit more
Yeah.
than Diabolic.
Yeah. Same.
It sounds cooler, but it feels better.
Diabolic sounds like a mustache twirling.
Yeah, I'd say
devil.
absolutely.
Well, that is. It's
Also-
devilish.
Also, Abyssal, I like it better than Chthonian.
Sounds like Cthulhu to me.
Yeah.
Which is appropriate.
On the other hand, I dig Eklo, evil fae.
Aklo's cool.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me see the DC
I
for
can
this.
definitely talk to that dragon.
I could talk to
Draconic's always
dwarves.
good to know.
I talked to that dragon.
Yeah, Draconic's a good one to know. Always. It's not Dungeons and Beholders after all.
I know I can talk to dwarves. What?
I'm doing my part.
Yeah. So give me a scroll of tongues in case I need to talk more.
Okay. Yeah, so you know enough about forest giants or wood giants to know that they, if approached with respect, it's unlikely that they would immediately attempt combat. Now, you have to be careful, because it's easy to mix disrespect with traveling on lands that they feel are theirs, that kind of thing. However, you're fairly sure that if approached with due respect and care, it's unlikely that they would be rash, especially if you show patience with nature.
So, I mean, if you wanted to find them in some woods that was they clearly considered their land, is there any procedure to follow other than going, here giants, here giants?
Well,
He's
I
pretty good at
I could
tracking.
find him.
Jor intoned that, or I think you all discovered that the effigy was likely giant make.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty good starting point
Yeah.
for that area.
There's that like little trail that had.
Yeah, Jor mentioned that at one point at least, the Giants had a settlement down up there in the
Maybe one or
western
two
part of the
hanging
city,
around
or the western part of the
best bet?
forest. So yeah, that there are some definitely likely places you could look.
Okay. Well,
Now the question is that worth sinking 2 of potentially a maximum of 5 days traveling there, talking to them, saying, hey, harass this, versus us instead spending a couple of days setting up ambushes?
Especially when you consider that there's a good chance that the forest giants already don't like the fact that the hobgoblins are in the woods that are in trouble already.
well, we'll be in this a similar area where we would be ambushing them anyways. We'll be in.
I mean, it's the other side of the forest.
This side of the river.
They're not going that way. They're coming this way.
This is the Dawn Wasteland River. You're saying they're coming this way.
Yep. They have no reason to go towards that, where we saw that effigy. No reason to go to that side of the forest, on that side of the Dawnway. I mean, we can do it if we really think that the Giants are going to move the needle so much that it's worth spending all that time.
I think time is too much of the essence here, and as much as it'd be nice to have them on our side, there are 5 settlements between here and Brindle that are going to need similar warnings to what we're about to try and convince Drellin's Ferry of tomorrow.
If we can't convince the town on the front lines, what makes you think we can convince any of these inland towns until Drellin's Ferry already been burned to the ground?
I'm in agreement with you there.
I think it's going to convince the towns to the east that there's a real threat.
Pointless.
That's hundreds of refugees
Yep,
fleeing from the west.
I'm in agreement with you on that one.
Not to mention, we don't have to necessarily go ourselves to send initial warning. We can send messengers. I'm sure.
We
there's
absolutely should try to have, if no one else, have Serana send
Yeah.
messengers out.
Someone also mentioned druids in the Witchwood, right?
There are rumors of
I've
druid
heard
circles that were in the Witchwood. You don't know if they're still there.
Zach, you shown this map, like what their route's going to be with Skull Gorge Bridge down.
Oh, yeah. So it's not clear here, but there is a path through the forest. There's a path across this river here that comes from Lake Rest,
Yeah.
and then back around on the other side of the gorge.
Okay, so they would.
So it's actually before this Y.
Yeah.
They're coming around the gorge and coming back.
Okay, so they are going to the same spot that we were in before.
Yeah,
So we'll
they're
be-
going to come back to come back to the road as soon as possible.
Right, because it's the fastest way to move on the Dawnway. Right,
Exactly.
so we'll still be in the same area.
Yeah, but we don't know how far off the Dawnway the Giants are.
Maybe we know their land starts
Near
at
it.
it
Yeah.
at some point.
Think about it. We'd have to cross the gorge.
What
To
do you
harass
What do
the
you think
army.
these Giants are gonna do? Are they gonna harass the army more than us? What are they gonna? Are they gonna kill the dragon?
Think that they could do a better job of harassing than we can, considering their reputation for stealth. More hands on deck. It frees up. With 3 of
Again,
us to do
more
other
hands on deck does it. It's gonna cost us at least an entire day.
We'll be in the same area. Won't
It's gonna
us
cost us at least an entire day of harassing the army to go and talk to these giants and maybe get their help.
Hold on, look at the.
I understand proximity. I'm telling you, it's gonna take us an entire day to find these giants, talk to these giants, then come back.
Like, here's what I'm saying is that they aren't going to cross. They can't. We would have to cross around.
I understand. Lenny completely understands the logistics of this.
Okay.
Rex is telling you he thinks this is a total waste of time to talk to. This is not a. I understand the logistics of this. I am in character. It will take us time to talk to. Metagame wise, it will take us probably an entire day's worth of game time to find giants, talk to giants, get giants to like that.
Okay, that's fine. We can drop that.
That is what it's gonna do.
That's fine. We'll just go to bed now. I think.
Why?
I'll go to bed now.
Why?
I'm just saying. I think we know what we're gonna do tomorrow. We're gonna talk to the council and looked at the map plenty already. Unless there's something else.
We haven't come to a conclusion on giant. I mean, I just don't think there's a point in going to them. But
I mean, even if, assuming best case scenario, they decide to help us, and that will be 2 days from now, which means it'll be 3 days since we destroyed the bridge, and at that point the armies are going to be mostly past their position and making their they're 1 day away from approaching John's Ferry.
we need to go to tomorrow. We probably have to split up if we're going to talk to the council tomorrow and talk to the giants. We'd have to go.
Right.
We'd have to go tomorrow.
I think if we did want to talk to, I think it's all over my computer, including water. I feel like the best time, which isn't to say that it wouldn't have been useful. Which isn't to say that it won't be useful if we go tomorrow entirely. I think the best time to go would have been the day we left the bridge. Stopping on the way back.
You're probably right.
Plus, they could have done like that. They could have three of them could just stand on top of each other's shoulders and just make a giant bridge across the gorge, and then they could all cross. Great.
I mean, the dragon could just ferry people back and forth too.
The dragon's the enemy. Don't be ridiculous.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the army.
No, the giants. like those little, you ever seen those little toys with the monkeys that hold hands? Like that, except with giants. Across the gorge.
Like camp in a barrel.
Yeah. Giants in a barrel. Yeah, that one.
Giants in a barrel. Could never fit them back in the barrel after you open them for the first time.
Yeah, right now I'm just mostly concerned with trying to figure out what we're going to say to these people tomorrow. I've got some thoughts, but...
Yeah, I have no idea how to slow down an army after that. I guess that'll be what we figure out once we figure out trying to get these people to leave.
There's that, and tomorrow, after we know where we stand with the townspeople, we will potentially have them on our side to help us think of things. And if not that, at the very least, we will be well rested, and our minds will be sharper.
Yeah. I suppose worst case scenario, if they don't want to cooperate, I mean, we took down a bridge. We could take down the cables to the ferry, and that goblin army is gonna have trouble crossing the river.
That's pretty much how I was mentioning us making our exit from Drellin's Ferry, cutting the rope.
That'll buy us. I don't know how much time it'll take an army to cross a river of this magnitude, but I guess it'll buy us another bridge worth of time.
Speaking of bridges, there is another one on the road to Nemont Gap. Just another time saving.
Just destroying bridges across that.
Also,
the Dawnway left and right.
We destroyed one in the gap. We haven't crossed that one yet. That's your problem.
Oh no, what is it? Oh, we forgot to cross it before we destroyed it.
Guys, we're on the wrong side.
Well, should you lay down to rest, you rest
Yeah.
without any issues.
Yep.
Remind me, Davian, what did you do with the sword?
What did I do with it? I identified it.
Did you attune to it?
Oh, right. It has a.
I can't remember if you attuned to it at last session or
I don't
not.
think I actually did attune to it
Okay.
because it's not finesse, so like I
Yeah.
wouldn't be able to use it particularly well.
Yeah.
You're attached to your glaive. I can try using it.
What?
What?
Try using what?
The sword you identified. Bastard
Oh, I
sword.
don't want it.
Are you kidding? That glaive's OP as shit. It's
Just making sure.
You know, actually, so once we retire for the evening, I think just for curiosity's sake, I would attune to it.
Okay.
You know, for old time's sake, since Stefan's my roommate.
Oh God.
God.
Yeah. I mean, you get the sense certainly that there's more to this
What's your wisdom?
weapon
Worse than mine.
than
You're a paladin.
I know.
than a normal enchanted sword. I mean,
You
most.
said it like wanted to be connected, or
Well, in that it can be attuned to, like most weapons, you know, you just pick up and you use. You don't have to resonate with your weapon in that way. But this called to you in that sort of magical way that you haven't had a weapon do before.
yeah. No, I mean, I'll
Okay.
attune to it.
Okay. So, I mean, you sense it has latent arcane power. You are sort of intrigued and maybe a little bit unnerved by it because you've never encountered anything like it before. But yeah. Anything else before you guys settle for rest?
You know, I'm gonna spend some time just like before I go to bed, scratching, like taking a piece of parchment and just scratching down ideas for tomorrow, but nothing major.
Is there any immediate, or when I attune to it, is there any, I don't know, any properties that we've become aware of or anything like that?
No, not really. Maybe with some more time. All you can sense is that it has some sort of latent arcane power. You can't really put your finger on.
It's perfect all for flavor, just because my character art has a second sword on the back. Now I do too. It's perfect.
Okay, well, you guys rest. The beds are maybe a little less comfortable knowing what's threatening outside of the town. Davian, you have a dream. A sort of presence. You find yourself speaking to, almost as though you are seeing something reflected through a black pool of water, a still pool, and it's sort of, you can't quite make it out through the haze, but it speaks to you and it says, "I have been abandoned. Name me. Name me, and together, let us grow."
That's what I was supposed to. I remember this now from last week. I was like, I didn't think of the name.
You don't have to do it now.
Okay.
Do you like I give you name?
Or you can just not.
Just panic and name him Koth or something.
You get the sense that you could sort of dismiss this vision, sort of like you were lucid dreaming and you're just like, I'm gonna wake up. You get the sense you could just like dismiss this and go back into sleep.
I will opt out.
Okay.
For tonight.
Okay.
And go back to sleep.
You
Sell cookies.
you sleep like the dead. You sleep very soundly, and you all wake up in the morning.
He's dead.
The tavern, unlike the last time you stayed, is quite quiet in the morning. There doesn't seem to be a lot going on, or a lot of raucous behavior going on. The sort of town is yours. What would you guys like to do?
Have breakfast.
That you can do. Kellen is not there in the morning, but one of his siblings or children, you're not really sure, although they bear a striking resemblance, gets you whatever you'd like to eat. The sort of common area is quite busy, quite full, but it still appears to be mostly townsfolk. You also got the feeling as you sort of woke up and started exiting your rooms, you got a glimpse of some of the other rooms, and it looks like they have 6, 7, 8 people to the room in some of the other rooms here.
Yeah, they've because they're the farmers.
Yeah,
that they
yeah,
bring
like
in.
it's multiple families living in these rooms.
Sure.
Yep, that they brought in from outside the city.
Yep. I'll ask the brother or sister or kid that's running the tavern. That's what happened like this. Oh my God. Serrana, there it is. Did Serrana send any word about the council? Is she already make the council meeting, or Noro, either one of them?
She's a halfling. She looks pretty young, halfling girl, and she like looks at you quizzically.
Good to know.
Says, I don't know what you're talking about.
All right. Well, I mean, I guess we go out and find when the council meeting's happening, right?
Can at least check. I mean, it sounds like if we go to Sir Tyrion, he'll know if there's one that's going to be happening or not.
Ooh, yeah, the thing we didn't talk about yesterday evening was looking at our gear and figuring out what's going where. Because it is something we should figure out sooner than later.
We can do that now if we want.
Yeah.
I think we
Right.
discussed this over breakfast, and then the first stop is Sir Tyrion's again.
Dragon skull, sell. Necklace of forest giant teeth, sell. Gigantic gauntlet, TBD.
Necklace of forest giant skulls, right?
Teeth.
Teeth. It's dragon. That's what they
Dragon
dragon
skull, necklace of portion.
There's a +1 chain shirt. Currently not being worn, so somebody could put it on.
What was it? Was it a +1 spike gauntlet as well?
Yeah, there's also the +1 spike gauntlet. That's the giant gauntlet.
Yeah. Well, I mean, most of the items shrunk when you equip them, so that's what I'm guessing would happen with that.
I tried that.
That didn't work.
Not that I recall. I put it on when we were at the stronghold and it stayed huge, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. And by cool, I mean not cool.
Greater Staff of Healing. I think
I went to
Runar.
yeah.
Same with the bag of holding. Since you have what, two staffs, 2 wands now?
Mm-hmm.
And then we have that pair of rings,
Doubling rings.
the doubling rings.
Yep.
goes to the wizard unless somebody's planning on wielding 2 weapons.
My backup character's a dueling.
And then what? After 20 gold to Jor and 10 gold to Kellen, we've got 160 gold left of the 190. 2100 silver, 1500 copper.
Is that in addition to the gold or separate?
What?
Is that
In addition to the gold, there is 2100 silver and 1500 copper.
okay?
I believe, obviously he's got the sword. I believe that covers everything.
No, the chainmail requires +3 strength, so we'd have to go to somebody with the we'd have to either extract the rune or give it to someone who can actually who has +3 strength.
What requires +3 strength?
Chainmail.
We found chain mail, not the chain shirt.
Oh,
It is chainmail, but Zach said it was a +1 chain shirt.
Is it chain shirt? Okay.
It's got +1 there.
Are those specifically 2 different items?
They are 2 different items, yeah. So +1 chain shirt is strength +1 required.
And all this stuff was Wrathkeep, right?
Yep.
Sorry, there's a +1 chain shirt and a +1. What's the other one?
No, it's
It's
just
just
the
a
one.
chain shirt.
I had it written as chainmail, but I
So
had
did
it
I.
in parentheses written +1 chain shirt.
Gotcha.
Because that was what, after we identified it,
Mm-hmm.
what it was.
We also had values on the skull was worth 50,
50.
necklace was worth 250.
250.
We do want to sell both of those.
Yeah, I can't imagine the reason why we'd want to keep them.
Each.
Unless we could wear the dragon skull, because that could be very funny to wear the dragon skull when running into Ozyrandion next. I don't know that it's worth the bit, though.
Probably not.
Because how much are the true strike scrolls
Like
each?
4 gold.
Yeah, so the bit being worth quite a few
I'd like to
spell scrolls.
save up for an armor rune too.
That too, yeah.
So
What we have. It's just on a chain shirt.
It's true.
I also have the other armor that we found, the breastplate, the +1 breastplate.
You have it right now?
I'm wearing it right now, yeah.
makes the most sense for you to wear it too. 'Cause it's-
I mean, it might be ideal to move that +1, probably the studded leather, but we're working with what we got.
Where'd you
right now.
get that?
I think you're getting the same.
The breastplate.
Probably.
Well, this is for now. This is
Yeah.
Dex Cap +1.
Where'd you find the breastplate?
I think that was in the cart after we killed the Hydra.
It was, yeah.
And that was where we found the other, what's it called, Roman candle, magic missile wand,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't we? I thought we found some other +1 weapon or something.
Nope.
I put the bastard sword in there.
Well, besides that one. Huh.
Gamble.
Well, I think someone should just take the +1 chain shirt. Whoever has
And
+1
wear it for now.
+1 strength should
Well,
wear it.
how much armor does a chain shirt give you?
It's better if you have at least the dex cap. It's better than what you have because like that's basically the way that the armor works. Is as long as you have the strength and the dex cap, it's all the same until you get unless you get like a +1.
From your Dex.
Yeah, it's like
Well-
they're like baseline. Basically, all the armors are 5 if you have the strength and or dex cap.
Wait. Oh, okay. So I have 0 dex, and I have,
So you wouldn't want that because you don't have the dex cap.
and my full plate gives me +5.
Yeah, so you wouldn't want it.
Yeah.
So it'd be Davion. If you have +1 strength, then you should have it.
I do have +1 strength, but I also get extra movement when I'm in my stance if I'm unarmored.
Oh. What's the penalty
Let me
then?
check. Oh,
I guess.
check penalty is only -1.
It's the hold.
There's no speed penalty, but I think it's specific to my complex. But
I just want to see if I wear what am I taking a penalty to?
So Runar hits the weights for 1 day, gets +1 strength.
Not bad.
Oh, if I take the penalty, what am I gonna?
Like, what's it gonna do to you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Or you could just hit the weights for 1 day, get +1 strength,
Yeah.
and we're good.
I'd love that, but I don't know if that's gonna work.
yeah, no, what
Ring of +1 strength.
Okay, so it's like -1 to stealth, -1 to acrobatics. No, it's not. It's -1 to stealth.
If you don't have the strength requirement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does it affect your movement at all?
Can we just rip
No.
the rune out and give it to me for my not armor that I'm wearing?
I'd like it too.
Everybody would like it. But yeah, I mean, we could just wait to take the rune out. too.
I'll settle for a striking rune for my sword too.
I think you can put it on traveling clothing.
Yeah, I specifically
That's what-
I have
That's what Doug does.
That's right.
Explorer's clothes specifically. It just has rune spots,
Right.
rune slots.
Well, we'll try and get the rune out once we have a chance, I guess.
Yeah. So
Just sell the rest.
then we go
Like you said,
to Sertiran.
Okay. I mean, he's basically where you left him, although you notice he's made quite a lot of progress in the evening, and he's got a ton of crap unpacked and out all over his house.
Real quick, sorry, before we continue that line.
Yeah.
Can we put all the extra stuff in the bag of holding?
Sure.
I mean, is that what to do with yet? Okay. That was it.
Okay.
Do you have the spreadsheet up
No.
so that you know what's going on?
Yeah, you find yourselves this time, the first time you knock, he actually opens.
They pasted the wrong.
And the halfling sort of opens the door, turns around, and just walks right back into the house and starts continues what looks like packing things. He just says, "Yes. What is it? How can I help you?"
I just sorted it by that brick holder.
Oh, okay. Well, we were hoping we could persuade you to stay in town maybe an extra day, specifically to do some work for us, hopefully.
Oh,
We came across a few things on our trip to Wrathkeep, and well, we'd hope to get some runes transferred.
oh, you found some magic, did you? Well, okay. What do you have? Let me see.
I'll produce or I guess it's all in the bag of holding, but produce the chain shirt and the spiked gauntlet, I guess.
Okay.
With the spiked gauntlet, that was just. Did that have a striking rune, or that was just a +1?
I think that was just a +1.
Actually, now I'm doubting everything.
So instead of
Did we not find actual?
I thought we found a striking in something, but
I can go through all my notes and
No, the
see.
+1 striking was the bastard sword.
Okay.
Yeah.
oh, you know what? You know who did have some?
What?
Moreland in the smithy.
Yeah, he did.
You had two of them.
+1 striking, cold iron bastard sword. Okay.
Sorry, I thought that we knew that also had the +1 striking on it. My bad. That is in my notes. And was not shared.
The spike gauntlet was just +1.
Yeah. Is that a +1 armor rune on this spiked gauntlet? What does that mean?
That's what it
Is
is.
No.
it just +1
Just +1 potency.
potency? Okay.
So there's
got it.
there's weapon potency runes
Yeah.
and there are armor potency runes.
Yep.
So you produce the chain shirt and the gauntlet, or just the chain shirt, or just the gauntlet?
was thinking that we had more things with striking runes or armor buttons, but I guess the chain shirt for sure at first, and then like hesitate for a second, but then I will also try and get his opinion on the bastard sword as well, if there's a chance that that could be moved.
Okay, so he sort of takes a look at the items and he says, okay, well, one at a time. What do you have and where do you want the runes to go?
I think first I'll get his take on the bastard sword, because I think that kind of determines what else we might do.
All right. So see, it's funny. He grabs it and just immediately like slaps it down on a table, just like really willy nilly, like just like almost purposefully mishandling it. And he sort of like just kind of chucks it down and like takes a look at it, and he says, "Oh, okay. Well, it seems like it's not fake." And then he takes some time and he looks like he's using some more arcane analysis. And he raises an eyebrow and says, well, it is magical, but it has no runes. Can I buy it from you?
So it's a +1 striking and cold iron bastard sword that has no runes. So it's just, is Davian familiar with things that come like this? Because I guess I just assumed that there was a rune when I heard.
Nope.
+1 striking.
Yeah, you don't know. You don't know why. You've never heard of this.
Oh, awkward. Well, I might not have shown him if I had realized that it didn't have a rune on it.
Yeah, I mean, you very well might have just assumed. I mean, it's you could tell the effects, but I guess you didn't even think twice to like examine individual runes on it.
Have you shared at all that this thing seems like it might have some intelligence to it?
No. Not at this time. I'll just return it to my back for now.
He looks genuinely disappointed, but he doesn't say anything.
And I guess I'll pull up the chain shirt and point to Redrick. Is your armor on?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Well, this I can do. I could probably do this by tomorrow. By the way, are you going to buy these scrolls or not?
How many do you have?
I made 4.
Take them.
And he just like points, and there's like a little. He has like a big writing desk with like a little. Looks like a wine rack, if that makes sense. But there's like scrolls in each of the things, cool. And clearly there's a set of 4 that he's just finished. 16 gold, by the way.
Okay.
Anything else?
Group fund.
How much gold was it?
16 for 4 scrolls.
Yeah, I guess.
That's not bad at all.
You got anything other than that bracelet and hat that you had the other day?
Oh, yes, I did actually find something interesting in my unpacking, or packing, as it were. Let's see here. Where did I put it? Oh, yeah, these are interesting. Oh, shoot. Remind me, what did you find? What did you review of his already?
There was a bracelet of dashing and a turban that was +1 to Arcana checks and prestidigitation.
Yeah, he has 2 more items.
Let's go.
He pulls out first a very colorful brooch, like a pin, a cloak pin, with really nicely set jewels in it. And he says, not only fine looking, but a special property in these jewels. I don't know if you've ever faced down a magic missile before, but you never have to again with this. What if you're wearing this? By my guess, it'll absorb another 28 or so before it'll be destroyed.
That's very specific.
Sounds pretty good. Situationally.
And this here, and he just pulls out some leather bracers with thin silver plates that are set into the bracers, and he says these plates are enchanted. When something very fast is approaching you, they are drawn to them in order to deflect. They help you actually block arrows as they fly towards your body. Apart from that, I do have a couple of potions. One of invisibility and one of water breathing. Not sure if that is any interest to you, but
The potion of invisibility, definitely.
How much for those? Well, I guess either the bracers or the brooch.
The bracers would be 55 gold. The brooch, 30 gold. The potion, 20 gold.
Yeah, I'm definitely getting that potion of invisibility.
He will sell it to you.
Presume that these bracers would require one to react to utilize their effect.
So these like arrow catching bracers out there.
Missiles.
Oh, yes. I think it takes your reaction. Yeah, I think if a ranged attack hits you, you can use your reaction to increase your AC by 2.
You're remembering this
Does that tickle anyone's
You're remembering the
fancy?
spreadsheet.
These bracers of missile snaring. Do
They
you have to use your...
interest me, but I usually can use my shield to deflect the missile anyway.
Mm-hmm.
It'd
So-
probably make more sense for like one of
Yeah.
these two with lower AC.
So
And
they-
to be more likely targeted by ranged attack. I mean, probably equally likely for us to be ranged attack targets, but they have lower
Well-
AC.
Is it any missile, or is it just like small missiles?
Any ranged attack.
Okay, so like a giant throws a javelin at me, and then still.
Yep. It's situational.
Yeah.
It's unfortunately only once per day.
How much is the rune transfer going to cost us?
Shoot, what is that? A level 4 item?
I say no if it's once per day.
Yeah. I love
16
the
gold.
idea of the magic missile blocking approach. Very situational.
He'll have it. He can do that for you by tomorrow afternoon.
Okay, so we just snagged the invisibility potion from him.
Yeah.
I also don't think it's probably, even though it gives you +1 acrobatics, probably not worth buying his bracelet of dashing either.
Do you have I assume I have to leave the armor with you for you to work on it, right?
Absolutely.
Do you have like a loner set? This has to be full play. Full play would be great, but I
Are
mean,
you intending to be in combat?
no. But considering there is a hostile force approaching the city, I'd like to be prepared just in case.
You I see. Yeah, you are. I suppose you're right to be careful. What kind of armor do you prefer?
I mean, my full plate would be something like the full plate I just gave you would be ideal, but as close to that as you can manage. If not, we probably. Well, actually, let's see what you say first.
Why don't you go to Moreland, tell him I sent you, and you already spent plenty of gold here, so tell him I have covered the rental for whatever armor he has that you want to rent.
Works for me.
Plus one armor that he. No, it's just a rental. All right, let's skip down.
What
He's plus one armor.
what do you
No, I don't think that
I
is.
didn't think you saw said that.
what do
He's
you have in
joking.
the way of other scrolls?
Well, I have a couple here. Mage armor, web. I just made a dispel magic the other day. I do have a couple fireball if you're interested in that.
Do you use mage?
Yeah.
I
The
use
dispel magic
armor.
and a
Because I don't
couple
know, I have
fireball.
decks for-
I would also
Mage
like
armor
to.
doesn't benefit. Doesn't work in this one.
Not sure.
Well,
It's just not.
let's see here.
It's not worth.
Well, I've like no spell slots, so.
Yeah,
The dispel magic is 12 gold. The fireball, I'm gonna keep one for myself under the circumstances, but I'll sell you the other one for 30 gold.
Deal.
You don't have any striking runes in there, do you?
I don't. No, Moreland probably does,
Yeah, I mean, we could get it from.
or
Sure.
Or-
while we're here.
enchanted weapons at least. I don't know if he has the runes themselves.
Can we leave the spiked gauntlet and get? So I assume you can. A similar amount of effort to transferring. You can just remove a rune from a thing. So we could just get the.
I don't know if you can take the blank rune. I think it has to be
you
transferred to
actually
something
might not be
else.
able
Oh, okay.
Weirdly enough.
I mean, if
When you find a rune by itself, it's usually inscribed on like a special like a runestone thing.
If you had a blank runestone, maybe I would
Yeah,
let it. But he doesn't have any of those.
Okay.
Well, 'cause I was reading up on this a little bit the one day.
How much is the
Am I gonna
turban
screw
and the
anything?
bracelet of dashing?
Am I gonna screw anything if I quantity column?
I don't know. Go for it because it's been years since I saw the spreadsheet.
The turban is 50 gold. What was the other one?
The bracelet of dashing.
increases acrobatics by +1.
So then you
Oh,
verify.
that's that.
Is it the wrong item?
I wonder if the remaster for Nethys had some issues.
Oh.
For what?
I just don't know if it's 600 gold.
What?
The bracelet of dashing
So-
seems like a lot.
Does
I
it
don't
just
know.
give +1
I see
acro?
I see one that's 58 gold and it's +1 to acrobatics and
Oh, that if it has that
the
effect
effect
too,
of
that's
gain
nuts.
10 status bonus to speed for 1 minute once per day.
I mean, that's
Whew.
nuts.
Is this the same thing we're talking about or
Yours says 58.
58? I'm
Warning:
gonna-
legacy content.
Yeah, it's legacy content. Archives of Nethys, bracelet of dashing, item 3.
And the new one is 300.
580.
500.
What item level is it?
3.
What the fuck?
That doesn't make that makes no sense for a level 3 item.
I mean, a level 4 armor potency
I mean-
is 1160.
Look, maybe turning
It's
on
not
those
really
boots for a
completely
minute.
reasonable.
I might have
But
We're gonna
60 move speed per round.
we're gonna say this. We're gonna say this is a misprint, and it's 58 gold.
Yeah, oddly, which is also an oddly specific reason. But
Okay, that additional effect that it has means that we buy this thing,
yeah, I agree.
Okay, he'll sell it to you.
like without a doubt.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, he'll sell that to you. He's he sort of mutters to himself as he's like counting your gold. He's like, I'm so glad I stayed.
We should have waited to buy all this stuff until after we needed them. We've been like, wow, this stuff we stay.
Does he have any scrolls of dark vision?
He does not.
Also, we're paying him mostly in silver.
He's fine with that. Yeah, as long as the value's there, he's fine with that.
Well, copper.
Well,
is
yeah,
also
then we'll dump a bunch of copper.
yeah.
He does. If you do that, he does give you a look like, are you serious right now? But he takes it.
It'll be a mix of silver and copper.
Okay.
We're not giving him exclusively our copper. That's
How much copper do you have?
1,500.
Yeah, that's okay. Okay, sure. I mean, he will take it. He'll just kind
Money is money.
of give
but-
you a look when you
yeah.
do that.
We actually have this pouch of exact change that's really handy.
The greatest
My
thing
favorite
ever.
accidentally created magic item ever.
That was actually kind of busted.
It was actually really
incredible.
good.
Incredible.
Wait, why was that good?
Well, so there was supposed to be a pouch of money inside a gelatinous cube, but I described it as, anything like anything would get destroyed inside a gelatinous cube.
Yeah.
So
Magical.
it was obligated to be magical. And so it was just supposed to be a coin purse, but then I had to make it magical, so I created the pouch of exact change
Yeah.
that could, transform a bunch of copper into a more convenient sized currency for you.
Or vice versa.
Yeah.
Which conveniently made it so that when you found a dragon sword with 20,000 copper, you're not worried about transporting all that copper now.
Oh, because you just have a ton of
You
platinum.
just draw the platinum, yeah, and then you're good to go.
That's actually kind of awesome.
Yeah, and except then weirdly the Magic Item had like a redacted version suddenly where it only hit a limit on how much money you could exchange it.
Yeah.
This is such an item that like some weary old wizard would just be like, I'm so tired of counting copper. I'm going to spend the next year of my life creating this new magic item to do this for me.
Well, what was great too is that Bryn would use animate objects, so he would just reach in to grab out copper pieces
Oh,
to use animate object on.
yeah, that's smart.
Yep. And he would send copper bullets.
It's my most viewed homebrew on D&D Beyond.
Pouch of
Yeah,
exact
at
change.
least 10 people have added it and used it. in their
I love it. I love it so
It's
much.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it can hold a maximum of 100 platinum. we had to cap it.
That's an awful lot of copper.
Yeah.
100 platinum. What is that? 10?
10,000.
10,000?
Yeah, well, we ran into the horde of a dragon who
No,
loved
100,000
copper.
Is it it's
1,000
1,000?
gold, 10,000 silver. So it's 100,000 copper.
It's a lot of coinage. That's a lot of bulk.
Mm-hmm. A lot of bulk that you don't have to carry now.
So, you have
If we sell any of this stuff to him, by the way, the skull and the necklace, is he interested?
And on that note,
he will buy the skull from you,
Okay.
but not the necklace.
not the necklace.
Okay.
When we sell those, do we sell those for half price or full price? Since
Yeah,
they're
what do
not
I
here.
buy it for?
The items, the non like usable items, the art pieces, so to
Yeah,
speak,
those
are sold at full
That's what I
price.
figured. Okay.
Sweet.
I need to add
So
something
plus
to
250
to
for selling the.
No,
No,
the necklace
50.
was
Sorry, he'll
plus
buy
50.
he'll buy the skull, not the necklace.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 50. Or 250 if he really wants to spend that much for it.
And you have him on retainer for the next day or so. Anything else you are asking him to do?
So we might be back with some striking runes.
Okay.
You gonna make him make you any more scrolls? For another.
How long does it take to make a scroll? I'm sure I can't do it, but I'm sure I would be vaguely
It was like a
aware
couple
of
hours, right?
second
Ye-
level spell.
Yeah, I think it's a couple hours for him, or an afternoon or something. The thing is, that with scrolls, it's diminishing returns if you only buy one. You can create 4 in the same time you can create 1 scroll.
Oh.
So if you
I
want
would buy
multiples,
4 scrolls of dark vision.
oh,
As the apparent only person in the party who does not have
yeah,
built it.
Yeah, okay. He would offer to make those for you. Absolutely.
You know,
Dark
built in
vision
what?
too.
Dark vision. I have
You
low
guys-
light
Oh,
vision.
right, yeah,
Okay, then I will officially.
Put that on the list.
Yes, please.
Okay. He seems pleased. He's like, I haven't been this busy months. he says he starts to say, well, perhaps the hob, and then thinks better of it. Never
Good
mind.
for the economy.
Good for my economy.
What is a dark vision scroll? What that's a second level spell?
Yeah.
How much does that cost to be second level?
It's like 10,
12 each.
10 or 12.
So we turn the dragon skull into 4 scrolls of dark vision.
Basically.
And 2 gold.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty decent trade.
Anything else on your end as the resident lack of spell slots person?
I mean, I would definitely take other first level spells if you can make them.
Well,
I think, I figured he could only do one of these at once, probably.
so it's going to take him at least the rest of the day to
just-
work on the transfer. And then the day after we'll be working on those scrolls.
That's what I figured.
But he could probably make a second scroll with that day.
Yeah.
If you want to come later in the day, he could do another set if you want something else, you have another request.
Put it in now.
Yeah.
If they're both gonna happen in that same day.
And I mean, you can always come back later,
Yeah.
provided the town doesn't make any demands of his time.
Right. Sure.
We don't know the next time we'll have somebody to produce the scrolls.
Just asking for 4 more True Strike scrolls. Why not?
Do it.
Okay.
It's only 12
Yeah.
gold, right?
16.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Not too bad.
I mean, that's big deal.
Wait, and we said the armor potency rune transfer was also 16?
Yes. Yeah. For context, it costs 10%. Now, normally, if you pay someone to do it, they're going to give you a markup, but it seems like he's in a good mood, so he told you he'd do it at cost.
Is there anything that I need to buy to be able to transfer runes myself once I'm able to do so? Or is it just something I can do?
No, you don't need any materials, I don't think.
Like, do I want no materials or tools?
Oh, I do think you need tools. I'll have to look.
I have crafter's tools.
I think you need. I think that's all you need. I think you have to have the feat. I think, right, for
Yeah, which I don't have yet. But I,
magical crafting. But
yeah.
I don't think there's anything else involved.
Okay. Why isn't this selling correctly?
Well, if there's nothing else, I mean, Sartiran gets to work. Starts examining the armor and setting up his workshop and.
Oh, I did want to ask about the if there was anything in the Witchwood that magical significance or any stories that Sarvith might be interested in. Why would this goblin be there? And specifically like magical.
Well, I'm not old enough to remember old Restlore.
Anything in the Witchwood?
But the Witchwood, I mean, there are many stories about the Witchwood. But I have no idea why a hobgoblin would be interested in that. You were just in the Witchwood, though, right? You didn't encounter anything out of the ordinary?
Besides a Hydra, you mean?
You fought a Hydra?
Yes.
Also a manticore.
And a Manticore.
You fought a Manticore.
Well, we didn't really fight the manticore. We kind of spoke to the manticore.
Oh.
I mean, I tried to fight it and put a needle through my shoulder, but
Stop being interested when stop being paid.
yep.
No, that sounds about right. Well, if you happen upon a manticore again and want to bring me some of its fur or teeth or claws or spines, let me know.
Man, I should have kept it. put it into my shoulder.
He gave it. He basically gifted it to you.
Yeah.
Well, what do you guys do from here?
Do we also?
Let's go get your loaner armor.
Do you also want to sell the building rings?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Someone wants this? You sure?
He will.
Does
He will buy
anybody-
those.
Does anybody imagine a case where they
No.
would dual wield weapons? Because I do not.
All my stuff specifically wants me to have one hand empty.
You got a shield.
Shield.
I use a two-handed weapon.
Well, that's
I'm using my shield. I'm doing two-handed.
25 more gold for you guys.
Okay. We mix it.
Who's getting the dashing? That's Runar, right? The bracelet of dashing.
I don't know that we had a person that was going to yet.
Oh, okay.
It is probably one of us three slower folk than
Yeah.
Davian, who can already go at
I am already Speedy Gonzalez.
Speedy Boy
Gotcha.
speeds.
I do eventually want to get these boots that make you faster, but that's not today thing. And it's also not a we can afford it right now thing.
Yeah.
But I also have a mount that moves.
For you. Yeah, so it's one of us then. For sure. I don't think that'll be important today.
Okay, so that we're doing all 6 of those. Why is this like excuse me? Oh, it's been X. Okay. Is all the scrolls in there?
I put the ones that we requisitioned.
Yeah, because Runar had already used his money to buy the first set. So those don't need to be added to this one.
This equals G.
Is it 12 each for the Scrolls of Dark Vision? Or is it 12 for the lot?
12 each.
Okay.
Because it's second level. Ramps up pretty quick too. Level 3 is 30, level 4 is 70, level 5 is 150.
Makes sense. Getting in this scroll making business as soon as possible.
If only. Where it's so easy.
So I guess we should go to the armorer to get your armor now.
Yep.
And then we go see
Oh,
Nora.
did he mention that?
Yeah.
Did he mention that they called a group council?
That was the other thing we needed to ask.
Oh, I haven't heard anything.
What the fuck, man? All right, we should probably make sure that's in progress first before we go to Miramar.
Yeah.
Because if he hasn't actually been going to tell everyone what the heck is he doing, then I want to know.
Maybe we'll get lucky. Dragon will burn down a few of his buildings, maybe his house, and we'll get the point.
If it went for him first, it would serve him right.
Yeah, we will head to see Nora then.
You go to Noro's sort of mansion, his house. You find a guard at the front door who lets you in. I mean, at this point, they recognize you. And they point you to his office, where you sort of walk in and find him sort of puzzling over some maps on his desk. When he looks up, he immediately looks and sees you all. He immediately looks exasperated. And he puts his head in his hands. What is it?
When's the council meeting?
I will tell you when I have convinced them all to meet. They do not seem interested at this point, but I am trying.
Who doesn't seem interested?
All of them. All of them.
Insight check.
Doubt.
I would like to press X, please.
Yeah, I mean, you can, I don't know what kind of check that would be. I guess just perception.
I sure will perceive it
Perception
as.
is just the god stat.
Sort of, yeah.
His perception, yeah.
Yeah,
Is that a U roll or?
I think in this case it's a U roll. I'll let you guys roll your perception.
Oh, that was so close to
Another,
passing.
another single digit roll.
Did we have 3 single digit rolls amongst us?
8 plus whatever. 17.
All 4 of us are single digits. I provide a 16.
17.
I also provide a 16.
So you all get the feeling basically that he is really annoyed with you, but not enough to lie about it. Seems like let me put it a different way. He's really annoyed with you and just as annoyed with everyone else.
Oh, actually, a plus one. Oh, interesting. Nothing matters for this roll. I have a +1 bonus to discern lies.
Well, that's good to know.
Nice.
Well, I'm fine just leaving then.
What?
I don't really have anything to say to this
Well,
guy.
wow. Is
So-
there anything we can do to help keep this moving? Short of kidnapping people.
Well, there's my grand idea down the drain. I really don't know. I am finding it difficult to impress upon them the gravity of the situation, and I am trying to encourage them to hear you out for their own benefit, but they don't want to take it seriously. They don't believe your claims. And while I do admit they are far-fetched, Serana has convinced me that they are reliable. Listen, I'll be honest. I think Delora, should the others be convinced, I think she wouldn't balk at joining. But Kellen, Eormel, it's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a challenge. I'm trying.
Is there anyone that if we convinced them, the rest would fall like dominoes?
I think if you convinced Eormel,
Is Eormel a druid?
Eormel is this he's like a business owner in town. You haven't met him.
I mean,
Oh, I don't think I want to.
Am I? He can stay. We just need everybody else to go.
What kind of business does he own?
He owns a warehouse, storage, and a merchant business.
Of course he does.
He also owns quite a bit of land here in town.
What if they just saw you packing up to leave town?
They would be thrilled that they now get to steal my house.
I see.
Maybe we should try a different tack. Ignore the leaders, convince random people, convince the townspeople. There's no townspeople here, it's no profits to be made.
do they know the bridge was destroyed?
I relayed what you told me, but frankly, they didn't believe me, especially about the bridge.
We can destroy the ferry, they'd probably believe that we could take down a bridge after we did that. And there wouldn't be a dragon to stop us this time.
It's not like a box that when you click a button on it takes a picture for evidence or something.
He
Anything that exists.
he laughs when
A Pihoto.
you say that. I doubt that destroying any chance of trade across the Elsyr will convince our merchant friends that you mean business.
Well, it'll definitely mean that business won't be had here anytime soon. everything's working. Somebody else take over.
I haven't given up, and I will let you know as soon as I can get the group together. I apologize. There's not much I can do. At least Serana's convinced and taking this seriously.
It's time for a coup.
The bloodier the better.
And our reward.
Oh, that's true.
Yes, of course. Of course. I'm sorry. I've been so distracted. Are you still staying at Kellen's?
Yes.
I'll have it sent over. And he sort of zones out for a second. He seems like that was not his priority, but he perhaps wanting to stay on your good side. He doesn't argue. He agrees.
Certainly ready to leave.
And I'm trying to do like 4 things here as far as like the other inventory sheet. What was the name of the person that would be the one we want to convince the most?
Yormal.
Merchant man.
And where does he live?
He didn't say.
I thought we were still there. Sorry.
Oh, you ask him?
Yeah.
Oh, well, he owns several residences here in town. You might be able to find him at the on near the river at the warehouses. That's where he does most of his work. I don't know if I want you visiting him at his home, if you get my meaning.
Because he'll be aggressive about it. He'll be.
I think he would blame me for sending you to him.
I see. All right. Thank you for the information. I'm sorry to have bothered you.
I'm sorry I can't be of more help.
So am I.
He stares at you for a second. Just like, all right.
Rex will, as he turns, Rex will just like stifle a laugh at that one. And then he'll just do like the classic clear throat as I'm walking out. Yeah, it's just that air and such a nice house. Just walk out the door.
Alright, we'll head to, what was the smith's name?
Moreland.
Moreland.
John.
As we leave, like, you've been around me enough that you've heard this before, that he'll say something that you know means effing Southerners as he leaves.
And that will elicit another laugh.
He stares at you the whole way out, just sort of confused and upset and just nervous and just not knowing what to feel. Well, you guys head out over to Moreland's. He is
On the way, I will say while we're walking, like, honestly, I don't give a damn about these stuffy rich people and their possessions, and you know, they're all worried about their money and crap. But the fact that they're being so stubborn is gonna get all these people killed. All the common folk.
They may not be able to see that the bridge has been destroyed, but they can certainly see if the ferry has been destroyed.
I was saying. Nora didn't like that idea. Again, my point stands though. If we were able to take it down while being attacked by a dragon, I like our odds of being able to take down key parts of the ferry with no dragon on the assault.
Short of a goblin party or dragon showing up, I don't think destroying the ferry yet will convince anyone. Probably just antagonize them. I'm gonna hold off on that.
Coming from the guy who, like, but wait, who was it that? Was that you or someone else that
said like the bridge was destroyed. Yeah, that also antagonizes them. Okay.
But it was necessary then. We have time before we need to destroy this ferry.
Yeah, true.
From the men who vehemently wanted to destroy the bridge. I think that should hold additional weight.
Wait, who vehemently wanted to destroy the bridge? I mean, we all wanted to destroy the bridge.
No, I'm just saying.
Okay.
I'm saying.
Okay. Okay, so what are we doing? Where are we going? Well, yeah, Loner Armor, Moreland.
Get your loner.
Yeah.
Moreland is at his forge when you come up, and he stops and he sees you and says, "Lo, Frederick,
Yo,
how went the adventures in goblin hunting?"
great. Killed a bunch of them.
Haha.
Minotaur,
Oh yeah, that's right.
Bugbear, fought a dragon. Not well,
Killed
but
Hydra.
we distracted long enough to bring down the bridge. So that's gone. I look at Runar.
He raises an eyebrow. The bridge has been gone for quite a while, actually. That's why we have a ferry here.
The other one.
The other one.
He looks at you confusedly.
Skull Gorge
Yeah, Skull
Bridge.
You destroyed a ancient dwarven bridge.
Yes.
While being attacked by a dragon.
Well,
It was mostly him.
Runar mostly destroyed. I distracted the dragon while Runar destroyed the bridge.
I killed some hellhounds.
Why would you destroy your birthright?
Are you on the council?
No.
Because there's a host of innumerable goblins coming here to destroy everything in their path.
And the dragon. Did we mention the dragon? I feel like that's a really important part of this.
They have a dragon. Yes.
We've seen, what, a couple dozen hobgoblins? I don't think they're worth destroying priceless artifacts.
I totally agree. I absolutely agree. But do you know how you said dozens? That's a countable number? I said innumerable.
What does that mean?
It means more than we can count. It means thousands.
From what?
Apparently, they've all allied serving a archduke demon of devil of hell, and they're all coming here from the west to...
Oh, we don't know that. We don't know that they're working well.
We don't know they're working with him, but we know they idolize him and he's probably associated with him. It sounds scarier.
So he is clearly upset and annoyed and a little bit questioning why you would lie to him.
Look, everyone we've been talking to,
Inside me, too.
everyone we've been talking to doesn't believe us. It's easy to sit here and believe that there's no threat. We've been sitting in the Vale for hundreds of years, where the worst thing that we ever had to worry about was a dozen bandits or a dozen hobgoblins terrorizing the countryside. Those days are gone. Okay, what we've seen, all things point to. I mean, we're facing some level of annihilation here. As much as I don't like to use that word. And we can sit here, bury our heads in the sand, and pretend like nothing's happening, go on our days and look at the sky and see how it's blue and pretend like everything's fine, when the skies in that witchwood on the other side of that river are just thousands of hobgoblins marching their way here. And destroying that bridge bought us 3 more days to convince everyone here of what's coming.
He sort of spins his hammer in his hand and thinks about this. And he says, after a moment, "Dwarf to dwarf, on your clan's name. If you were me, what would you do right now?"
Give us those armor rings.
Give us a spaghetti.
Sorry. It was a long enough pause. I couldn't hold it back.
Well, what I want to say, the most obvious answer to your question, dwarf to dwarf, is to take everything you have, everything that's valuable, and anything that you think this army would be able to use, and head east to the next town, to
East, not south, not back to the mountains.
Or south. That would
Okay.
mean as a dwarf, you could, yes, south perhaps. Maybe like that.
My
That
map doesn't go that
basically,
far.
Drellin's Ferry is going to
There's
fall
nothing safe there.
more than likely within a week.
Within a week.
We expect the forces, the goblin forces, to be here within 3 to 4 days. Even if we can keep them at bay for a day or two, which I highly, highly doubt. They have a dragon. The Drellin Safari. We have no walls. We have no numbers here. We have a small militia to defend the town. But it's indefensible as it stands. We need to... We could maybe defend the gap for a bit, or we could defend Brindle with its walls, but... Where's Brindle with walls?
Yeah,
Okay.
the only place that has walls.
Okay. But here, no. We don't stand a chance. Not with our numbers. If we had the numbers to set up a defense on our side of the river, and we had something to hear that dragon, sure, maybe. But we don't have that. No one is prepared. None of us saw this coming.
You're really serious.
I'm absolutely serious. I wish I wasn't. The only reason I hesitated for so long in the answer is because, unlike most of the people here, you have tools and expertise that could be useful in the efforts to come. So, if it was me, what would I do in your shoes? I would do everything I can to help the forces that will be resisting this approach, because while these hobgoblins and this host may not pose an immediate threat to our people in the mountains, I wouldn't expect that to be the case forever. And I think that our best chance is to form a united front against this force. And to that end, if I were in your shoes, I would use my skills to aid in whatever way I could. And I'm not saying you need to give away all of your equipment and do it all for free, but I am saying that skills such as yours will be exceptionally valuable in the times to come.
If you want, you can make a diplomacy check here. It's up to you.
I mean, yeah. Also, especially since the first half of this was convincing him that I am saying the truth. Do I get my +2 bonus?
Yeah, I'll give you the +2 bonus.
Woo!
Oathkeeper Dwarf.
It's hero point time.
Yep, sure is.
There we go.
I had
Hero point
I had
worthwhile.
a feeling.
Went from a 2 to a natural 20
Okay.
for a total of 31.
Okay, Redrick. Well, you tell me what you need today, and then I'll talk to the other mountain folk in town, and we'll discuss what we need to do next. But obviously, you came here for something.
Yeah, when I was in those woods, I dropped my plate armor somewhere. I'm messing with you. My armor's
You just lost it.
my armor's getting upgraded, and I just want to have something to wear in the meantime. I was talking to what's that wizard's name?
Sartiran?
Sartiran. And he said that on him it would be alright if he covered the loaner's fee for the plate until it's done tomorrow.
Oh, sure. Okay. What are you looking for? What do you prefer?
I prefer plate. That's what I was wearing.
That's what my father wore. That's what
His
my
father
father
before.
That's what I was born in. Honestly, I feel naked without it.
Yeah,
Like,
humans
it's
get
hard naked.
humans get birth robe. Dwarves get birth plate.
Birthplate.
He doesn't have a set of full plate,
Okay.
but he has a breastplate.
Okay, I'll take what I can get.
His crotch is gonna be awfully exposed, but I suppose his torso will be fine.
What's he do? It's just armor digging it.
And he says you can keep it.
All right.
Because you're knowing, but it's...
Okay, it's only one worse. That's not bad. Well, you don't give it to me. Equip it. What's wrong with you? is it?
You having some trouble there?
Yeah, the
Oh
armor
no,
is
it's
for
two.
sale.
It's two worse. That's why.
Oh, true. We forgot to ask it about.
I
armor or
I
striking.
have some enchanted weapons. No enchanted armor. Anything specific you're looking for?
We're interested in the striking runes, but they're already spoken for, aren't they?
Yes, battle axe, a long sword. But I don't have any. Rune stones.
How much are those weapons? You said longsword and battle axe, right?
Don't you use a battle axe?
I use a dwarven axe.
Oh.
Yeah.
35 gold.
Each?
Yes.
Oh. For the +1 striking weapons?
No, +1 weapons.
Oh. I had them written down as last time was +1 striking.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Then that's my bad. They're +1 striking. They're 100 gold pieces each.
Okay.
That's my bad.
You don't need striking runes, do you?
Just imagine. He imagines that one his weapon and it strikes.
It'd
He
be
just
really
needs it.
cool.
He needs a stronger imagination, and once his imagination gets stronger, he imagines striking runes on his weapons.
Happens every other level. My imagination gets stronger.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Pretty good.
It's crazy how the brain do that.
So, yeah. If, out of character, I will say that we could buy one of these weapons for 100 gold.
Yep.
Transfer the rune, which is 65 gold of value of that 100 gold.
Mm-hmm.
And then sell the remainder, or +1 sword, back to someone for 17 and a half gold, which is a 17 and a half gold loss.
Listen, I'm down for it. I'm here with
I'm
my.
down if we have time.
I've got a glaive. I put some armor on that we found in the woods. But I'm pretty much good. If I put these bracers on, I'm fast too. So like,
You probably should have that.
you or me,
Yeah.
not bracers. I meant the
The
Bracelet.
bracelet. Dashing.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
You've
you
got
need
more.
to-
You've got more range than he does, or at least ideally, you're running around with your glaive more often than not.
Though once I think once I hit 6, I would give the bracelet to somebody else because I think that's when my next.
Oh, you get a circumstance bonus anyway.
No, I get my scout.
Yeah, this 10 movement.
From the like extra
Oh, maybe.
archetype, I get 10 plus movement.
Yeah, we'll say yeah. Let's do
So I
it.
could wear the bracelet for now and give it to you after.
You're gonna buy +1 striking weapon?
Both of them.
Both of them? 200 gold.
We have the money.
Doubles their damage.
Yeah. She doubles their damage.
He looks pleased.
He doesn't know we're gonna scrap him.
That is true. Maybe don't tell him that.
Nope.
Does not need to be advertised.
Yep. Am I correct in saying that taking that striking rune off would reduce the price by 65 gold, since that's the value of a striking rune?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. That's why I said the +1 weapon was 35.
I forgot the original price you said, because I was too hung up on the fact that the striking got removed.
Is the silver and copper accurate currently?
I updated it, yeah.
Okay.
I took away
I thought we had one of these. It's 1,500 copper, not 500 copper.
I took away 1,000 of it.
From why?
Because we gave money to the wizard.
Oh, okay.
And I took away less money from ourselves because we also sold the dragon skull.
Gotcha.
So that's a current accurate representation of our value.
What is 1,000 copper? 10 gold?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we also gave him the rest of it in silver.
Slightly less than that.
I would have made it less, but I was getting annoyed with the math. Because 1,000 gold is easy to turn to gold. Or 1,000 copper is easy to turn to gold, I mean. These max might be correct. Okay. Well, at least... Yeah, anyway. Never mind. Okay.
Alright, well, we get Redrick suited up, and then head back to Soterin. And I don't really want to leave my what if he's not going to get to it for 2 days. I don't really want to leave this blade with him right now.
I mean, yeah, let's hold on to the blade until we can give him it to transfer the rune. Or in the event that we get attacked and we have to flee, at least we still have the weapons on us to transfer the rune. I'll be really upset about that because I want my plate. Not, oh my god, it's gonna be fucking Caleb's campaign all over again. Where
We spent 6 months
Look,
of
if you would
playing
just
the
be
game.
on your own, we wouldn't have these issues.
Yeah, we play the game for
It's
6
like what?
months and he doesn't
Oh,
get the
for
armor that he
XP,
created in like session 2.
I commissioned it, and then like immediately afterwards, we got ostracized with the whole town.
And then we tried to come back, and then we got turned away at the gates again. And it's just
Yeah.
I love it.
literally
6 months of
months.
real time
Yeah.
before he got his armor.
I mean, in constant character, I'm just like, I mean, it'd be nice to get your armor. Not that I'm upset about it. Not that I'm like constantly thinking about it. Not that I'm hung up on this.
He was peacocking when he finally got to wear his armor.
Where we went ahead. We went ahead now.
We could try and sell this forest giant necklace somewhere.
Well, shit, we should have asked the blacksmith.
We have technically
Not
Not
left.
left.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just got used to it and bought stuff there. So.
Well,
You wanna
it's-
buy this?
It's the bag of holding.
Well, he looks at it. What the hell is that?
I take that as a no. It's forest giant teeth on a necklace.
Where the hell did you find forest giant teeth?
On a necklace.
Long story.
He looks at you.
I'm just saying, we didn't find the forest giant teeth and put them on a necklace.
Oh,
We found them already on the
It
necklace.
was a
I see. Well, that makes it better,
In-
I
I
guess.
mean, we didn't do it.
It
the
in
point.
Wrathkeep.
Talk to Jarrett. He buys anything and everything.
The guy who gave me this bear trap.
Yeah, if you bought a bear trap here, it was definitely from Jarrett. No one else in their right mind would sell you a bear trap.
Alright, perfect.
He went to Jared.
Let's go. Or we shall
Every
go to
case
him.
begins with bear trap.
With the express purpose of selling the necklace.
And he will absolutely buy it.
And there we go.
Immediately, he's just like, these are very high quality teeth. Thank you. I will pay you for these.
And that's worth 250.
Yeah.
That by itself is worth more than the weapon we just bought.
Mm-hmm.
Which is crazy to me.
Yeah.
You get death with some teeth. We get 2 magical weapons. And some change. But okay, I'm not complaining.
Some good deed. Who wants
All the
the
better the
deed
shop.
to Wrathkeep? Will you buy that, Jarrett? For how much?
That's probably actually a pretty decent monetary value.
Maybe not as much as you think, given that you need to evict Manticore.
Oh, and
No,
there's the whole
no.
thing with
He's
like a
too
giant,
Yeah.
massive hobgoblins, trooping past your front door.
Yeah, something tells me property value is not at
sure,
all-time high.
sure.
Is there?
The neighborhood's a little rough at the moment, but it's got potential. Got loads of potential. Okay, so we do sell the necklace.
Mhm.
Have you just been hiding the rose when we sell stuff, or just deleting them?
So if you change it to cells, like in the bag of holding, which is bag of holding, I just added this. Which is bag of holding? No. See, like,
Wait.
who's holding it? It's in the current holder tab.
Oh.
Click that, click it's sold. Hides it. Click off. Should. The filter is supposed to hide it. I guess the filter doesn't automatically apply. Hold on.
Current holder, necklace of forest.
I don't know why that happened.
Current
There we go.
holder
So
sold.
it's still there, just hidden by the filter.
Okay.
In case we ever want to go back and look at what we sold.
Okay. Cool.
Alright. I don't know what to do now.
Well, we can go talk to what's his face,
Who?
the guy who runs the warehouse and doesn't want to be convinced.
The one that Nora said don't talk to because it would make
Don't talk to him
convincing
at his
work.
house. That's what he says.
We could talk to somebody. That's fair. Or we could talk to someone productive like Serana.
Yeah, let's go talk to her first. That's a good call.
There's a world where we could persuade her to just supersede whatever the council wants.
I mean, she's a militia under command, right? Literally just.
She was supposed to return to Brindle anyways. If we and her can convince most of the rest of the town
I would love
to
to
go along with.
I would love to know if there's more to that recall. That if he knew that about something that was coming, and he didn't tell anyone out of selfishness.
We'll punch him. We'll beat his ass later.
Yeah.
Is that all accurate then?
What?
Is this accurate?
Yeah, I basically just added 50 gold because we got rid of the necklace. We got rid of the skull worth 250, or the necklace worth 250, and we bought two swords worth 100, so just add 50.
Okay, so this is all
Good.
accounted for now?
Yep.
And then the gold's accurate now. Okay, cool. Excellent. Yeah, we'll go find Serrano.
Well, she's exactly where you'd expect. She's in her guardhouse. The two guards at the front look exhausted, like they haven't been sleeping. And they stop you, but only for a moment to ask, "Are you here to see Serrano?" One moment, and they sort of go in and then call you in a moment later.
We enter.
Serrana is at her desk, sort of talking to some of her lieutenants and poring over some documents, and generally looks...
But she slept?
Nah, it does not look like she slept much.
Not sure if it's present.
She looks, let's say, like she has mixed feelings seeing you. She doesn't say anything, but she does look at you, sort of waiting to see what you have to say.
You may or may not already be aware, Serrano, but we just had a conversation with Noro, and it seems that virtually none of the town council are interested in getting together and talking about this, and effectively none of them really believe that anything is wrong. I suppose we are here to see what your take on all this is, and if there's anything that you think we can do about this.
From what I can tell, they don't believe you. They don't believe your story, and
It'd be really nice to just convince them all at once.
they appear to have lumped me in with you as confabulists and prone to making up fantasies. They believe that the hobgoblins attacking the outlying towns are real, yes, but beyond that, they think it'll blow over.
You know what? You're right. It's about time. I mean, we took this joke as long as we could take it. Really. I mean, this has been fun. Really, I really loved making all this. No.
You understand, I'm sure. You're residents of the Vale. You know where their heads are, and beyond that, they, especially Yormel, especially, really everyone on the council, they have every penny of their wealth tied up in this town.
Seems like never heard of liquid acid. Come on. I mean, I can understand the desire to want to stay. I just wish we didn't have to drag them kicking and screaming one at a time 3 days from now, but it's too late. Okay, so it seems like is our only option to go to each of them and convince them one at a time?
It depends how patient you are. I think with time, Nora will convince them to assemble. I just don't know how long it's going to take.
Is there anything else we can do that you think is worth our time to aid the town in preparations to defend it, or more preferably leave it?
Honestly, tell your stories. Convince who you can, but I don't expect you to get much traction. People here just don't want to believe that this could be true.
We don't want to believe it.
And it's hard to believe someone who doesn't want to believe, who doesn't think it's possible. I would say the best thing you can do is make sure you're prepared.
Sure. All that we've been doing that as well. But
What will it take to get you to leave Drillin's Ferry?
I am charged with the protection of these people. I will stay and fight if I have to until this place is evacuated or everyone is dead.
So that's a no on the summons then. I'm just kidding.
Right. It was pretty clear when you saw her read the letter before that she was not interested in that.
Okay.
Got a plan for how you're gonna deal with the dragon?
I have a couple good archers.
make sure they guard against poison.
Heard black arrows are particularly effective.
Why is that?
Black arrows?
I've read the story once. Some halfling goes on an adventure, takes down a dragon.
With a black arrow?
He doesn't do it, but yeah,
I did,
with a black arrow.
I did hear about this mythical place called Varizia, where this group called the Black Arrows took down a lot of things, but but that was it the Black Arrows? It was something else.
Is that what they were called?
I think it was something arrows, but I'm pretty sure it was. I'm not
I
saying
can't remember.
The arrows of slaying.
Like the name of the group that was
Oh.
by the dam.
Yeah,
was
that.
by
Oh, it was before my time.
Turtleback Ferry.
Yeah, they were at Turtleback Ferry. I can't
Yeah.
remember. They might have been the Black Arrows.
There
I
was
can't
something-
remember.
Something arrows. And anyway,
Well,
that's fantasy. That never happened.
It's not going to be before.
yeah. Serana seems exhausted, but she sort of genuinely asks if there's anything else I can do for you. Let me know.
We'll do. We don't take up any more time than we need to. We're all. We've got a lot to do.
Have preparations been made to cut the cord on the ferry
That's what
when
I
the
was
time
gonna
comes?
ask.
Oh. Not yet. The ferry owner
Doesn't like that idea.
is rather
Mildly opposed.
opposed to that idea. Yes.
I'm not saying do it this preemptively, but
You're gonna have to do it.
I think
I
it's simply a matter of time before it becomes necessary.
I think you're right. I think if we are to flee the town, we need to hamper our enemies in any way we can. That doesn't make it that much easier, unfortunately. But I will I'll work to convince them.
I would. Well. Never mind. It'd be nice to have the ferry to be easily disabled, so that if we're being harried by a dragon, we can disable it without having to spend minutes deciphering where the best place to strike is. But I assume it's a bit.
The big rope.
It's a chain, isn't it?
That was a chain.
It's a rope.
No, it is a rope. Oh, never mind.
Okay.
This will be easy. Fuck it.
It's a rope. It's a big rope.
I mean, we got an
That's
axis.
it.
Look, like I'm saying, I'm fast as fuck.
No, that was a chain for
So
something.
they took down.
Spell strike that
the two
rope.
of them took down a entirely stone bridge. I have confidence in their ability.
Well,
versus
when
a
you
rope.
put it like that.
Rope's not gonna know what hit it.
Yeah.
The flaming sword, that's what's gonna hit it.
Listen, if you want to talk, if you want to go to the ferry and talk to Drathgar and try to convince him yourself, you're welcome to. But know that he's gonna be in stern opposition.
Pointless.
Is Drathgar in the council?
No, he's not.
Good.
council just Noro, Kellen, Yormal, Delora, and Abarthel?
That's Tyrion.
And Sotirin.
Yes, although and Drathgar does serve on the council in normal circumstances, but I doubt, because he doesn't hold much sway over the townsfolk, I doubt he or Sir Tyrion or even Abarthel will be consulted in this. The folks you really need to convince are Yormel and Kellen and Delora. Those are the ones you need. Because if you convince them and the council and the rest of the council agrees, basically Noro and myself, the rest of it, I can guarantee you the town will evacuate. Will follow evacuation orders.
Great. So the ones that are hard to convince are Kellen, Yormil, and Delora. And who else is on the council besides him? There's
Kellen,
Noro.
Yormal, Delora, Noro, Drathgar, Abarthel, and Sir Tyrion.
And Serana.
And Serana.
Nice. Good omen.
Kellen. Oh, I already have him. Where's your list?
Abarthel, Delora, Kellen, Yormal, Drathgar, Serana,
But the main ones are
Sir Tyrion.
Kellen, Yormel, and Delora.
Is it Delora or Deloren?
Delora.
Okay.
Is it Yormel with a J?
I-O.
I-O?
Eormel.
Bro!
I knew that was gonna get you guys.
Fine.
That one's rude, I admit.
I even put a J. I was like, this is definitely not a Y.
Wouldn't be that simple.
I put a Y.
Listen, it's hard to tell. It really
Yeah.
is.
I didn't even think about the J. That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Who's a Nora?
I just didn't go 3 levels deeper, right? Like my
Nora's
instinct
the
was,
main
oh,
guy.
it's Jormel.
Whiston.
or it's Yormel with a Y. I was like, okay, it's
Nora
Yormel.
Whiston.
And then I was like, no, it's fantasy. So they made it a J, and the J is pronounced Yormel. Nope, it went one step further. I've been had.
Who's a Varithel? That's the wizard. Then Yormil. And I. Just another merchant, right?
Such a rat.
The main one is Noro. Okay.
We've got a mild logistical nightmare here too, in the aspect that now we have 2 more runes that we need to transfer.
I'm working on how to do it myself. I just need to.
Alright, so those are a project for the future.
I mean, if we have time to have Everthel do it, great. But if not,
Ooh.
what's
Sir
your name?
Tyrion.
Wait, what?
Sir Tyrion. Abarthel's the druid. Oh my god.
You never met
Nobody can
Abarthel.
remember this. I remember Sir Tyrion.
Yeah.
I think we've got this guy's name wrong like 6 or 7 times.
But yeah, I mean, didn't you guys hear Everthel can move runes too? We should ask him to move weapons. I'm making this up.
Really?
Really, yeah, really.
Wow. I mean, are we just gonna sit on our hands?
Hopefully not. Is there Sorana, is there anything that always gets the town council together? Is there anything that like they'll always fucking show up for?
Money.
Well, we can just pay them.
Not a chance.
No.
I don't believe we can afford them.
I just want to tell you that Nora said, "Hey, bring us some information for 50 gold apiece." I don't think we have the money to get them to move.
We have been paid and subsequently ignored, so I don't know that we can bribe them there.
About 2 copper pieces.
tuxedo. It's like Lincoln, Washington. Slides $7 to the guy trying to seat up for dinner. It's supposed to be some millionaire super spy.
Well, I think I'm random ideas here, so I just talk to people one at a time, which I don't know what to do. Short of just going in the forest and going after those forest giants, or going after some druids and stuff
Well,
like this.
I mean, we need to wait for your armor before we go across the river again.
Have you sent any messengers east warning about the oncoming threats? Is there anyone that would receive such correspondence and believe you?
I honestly don't think so. Maybe if I went myself.
That I feel that there are people near. I feel there are people near Doth that I could convince to help, or that this is happening, but it doesn't do us any good in the immediate future. I would, if I did want to send someone to Doth to send a message, would you be the person I could contact, or is that who could I ask to send a message? And how much would that cost?
Frankly, you could ask one of the guards. I will ask you not to do that, though. I can't guarantee the message would be timely, but you are wealthy compared to some of our farming families. You could ask them to take a message to Douth.
Understood. Okay. Anyone have anything else?
Do you know if anybody sells explosive anything in this town?
Explosives? Did you talk to Jared?
Yeah, but I didn't think about
My
it when I was
man.
talking. I didn't think about it when I was talking to him.
That's the only person I can imagine.
Alright, I will take a quick stop at Jarrett's.
Went to Jared's.
Do you have any explosives?
Does he have any explosives?
No, he doesn't have any
I
explosives.
didn't think so, but it was worth a try.
You know, to his credit, though, he does not bat an eye. He just says, "Not currently."
Not currently. What about anything else that would potentially be used as a trap for, I don't know, highwaymen, bandits, goblins?
Dragons.
Well, let's not get too crazy. I'm looking at the humanoid spectrum right here. Things that I can manage.
I have some alchemical supplies. Would that help?
Maybe. What are we talking about?
Vials of acid, alchemist fire, that sort of thing. It's my hobby, actually.
How much alchemist fire are we talking?
Only a couple flasks.
We'll take them.
Okay.
Probably. How much are they?
50 gold a piece, I think.
10 gold apiece.
Oh. A steal at that price.
Trying to think of how we can use these to cause trouble. I mean, I guess if you just lobbed it into a group of marching hobgoblins, that's a pretty effective use of alchemist fire.
What is it? Acid flask does. These flasks are vials of acid.
Alchemist fire.
Let's see what it
acid
does.
flask.
Alchemist fire.
Hang on, I have an acid one in my inventory. I'll find it.
All right. How do you tell the difference between the remaster content now in Nethys? How's it sorting itself?
The old stuff just has a green warning legacy content.
Does it link to the new stuff or not?
Doesn't look like it. From what I can see.
Acid flask.
Are these moderate?
They are.
Moderate acid flask. You gain a +1 bonus to attack rolls? What?
Pretty cheap.
You just gain a +1 bonus to your attack rolls?
With throwing your
Throwing
flask.
your flask. I was gonna say, like, it doesn't
Oh, yeah,
should
yeah.
be more specific there.
Yeah. Just for the flask itself.
Yeah,
that's
I
all.
was gonna say, I feel like that should be a little more specific. That's not quite good enough.
Cruise fire moderate. The bomb deals 2d8 fire damage, 2 persistent fire damage, 2 fire splash damage. I don't know if that's worth it. It is rather. Takes like 30 some hit points to kill a hob. Nah. We pass. Pass on the fire, even though it's his hobby.
I understand. Come back again.
Oh my god, this guy.
Wait, what's wrong with it? It does persistent damage too.
Not enough.
But not like a meaningful amount of damage. Where, I mean, it would be handy, right? But I don't know that it's meaningful enough to be worth
Yeah, it's fair. 10 gold pop for that is
a lot.
a bit pricey.
Yeah. Yep, okay. So we pass.
Okay.
Well,
What would you like to do with the rest of your day?
it's a wonderful question.
Yeah.
No, Bruno's gonna stop you guys and say, it's possible the next few days that I could fall. Don't think it's going to happen, but there's 3 things you need to know in the event that I do. First, I did a reading this morning.
My brother's name is Blunar.
Oh no. No.
He was also heading this way.
None of this. In fact, when you see him, you should just call him Runar. He'd like that.
He would love it as an honor to me.
The first is the 3 layers to this scheme. The first, obvious enough, is the surface layer, the army itself. The second, the deep layer, Sarvis scheme. The third, the deepest layer. Can't say for sure, but I suspect there's something going on with these devils that, even if you defeat the first 2, you will have to worry about. The second part, this map is very detailed. I suspect the only way they could have gotten information like this is from a spy.
They don't even know the bridge is down, though. Some spy. That's like the first part of. This is like the first part of the invasion plan.
I mean, is it possible that this map was left at the keep that we found and they just wrote over it?
It looks very clearly like it was originally a map of the area that's been written over, not like a
New map.
new map that was drawn from scratch alongside the path and the notes.
But likely a new arrival. Honestly, most likely person here is a spy is me. But other than me, look for a new arrival. Look for enthusiasm and unnatural interest in the smallest of details, logistics, your own involvement, and find the inconsistency with their story. Find the inconsistency, find the spy. The third,
I'm very confused.
I thought that was the third part.
no, the third part, when you meet the fool, trust the fool. If you hear from the high priestess, trust the high priestess. That's all.
The second part was about finding the spy.
Yes.
It's like you planning on dying.
No, quite the opposite, but
Great. I will leave the details to you then.
What else did you say about the spy?
find the inconsistency, find the spy. They'll be interested in many details about the army, about the resistance, and maybe even about your own skills.
So the spy will be gathering information.
That is typically what spies do. Yes.
That's a fair point.
What is your mother's maiden name?
That's all. I'll abruptly say that and start walking in whatever direction we were going to walk.
For having predicted your own death, you seem awfully calm.
Didn't say I was predicting my own death, merely making a contingency. So the contingency.
Powerful, the 5th level spell.
Well, just
Well, who's the fool aside from literally everyone in this town that's unwilling to leave?
Didn't
I
say
don't know that I can trust them.
Didn't say a fool. Said the fool. You'll know. It's my favorite part about this character.
I'm just assuming that the third part has to do with Caleb's character, but
What do you mean? Could be the high priest.
maybe it's both.
That's the other great part about this. Exacto's exactly what I'm talking about with that one.
What was the thing about the high priest?
I said trust the fool, and I said when you meet the fool, trust him. If you hear from the high priestess, trust the high priestess.
So, where the hell are we going again? as you keep walking the direction, I just
Yeah.
blink.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not getting used to that.
Where'd you find this guy again?
I don't really want to talk about it right now. He's, I think he's our people. And then I start walking, following
Do
him.
we know he's not the spy? I mean, he said he's not the spy, but that's exactly what the spy would say.
I spin around. It'd be the dumbest reveal ever. If they did it just now. I'm willing to take those odds.
All right. Where are we going? Renault's just walking. Where's he? Drew, where are you going?
That's a good point.
To destiny. Yes, but where is that?
Point to it on the map, please.
Also, he took down a bridge to hinder the armies, so that would be pretty shitty spy.
He's just that invested
Deep cover operative.
to it's a long.
They're real sure that the three of us were gonna be a real problem, to the point it was worth taking down the bridge and hindering the army.
What would the travel time be? The travel time to Old Restalor would be like weeks, right?
Good question. Yeah, I think it'll be quite a while. I can double check for you.
Just a little. You're good. Nope, that's further than easy. That's fine.
What the heck? Who's plugged in over here?
You can unplug me.
Is it alright?
Yeah, it's completely fine.
I'm like really glad I spent half the night thinking of this speech I was going to talk about.
Well, now he'll be that much more ready.
For the council meeting, that's not happening yet.
Or at all.
What happened to
Thought I'd
my...
be in favor of a dragon showing up.
Honestly,
I still don't think I'm in favor of it. I just want that to be clear.
Fair.
I never thought I'd be motivated and half tempted to burn down the warehouses this guy owns, so that he no longer has a reason to stay.
It took me a bit to
Now
not
that
ask.
is an interesting approach.
Like, do not prohibit me from vandalism.
It took me a second to
Just the killing innocent lives.
well, not quite, to reel myself in on asking if he had family members that we could kidnap.
Yeah. Or just him.
That's true. That could be done.
My
I mean, I guess people would leave if he was dead.
I'm really questioning here. Like, are is a warehouse full of stuff more valuable than the lives that will be lost if the people don't leave? I'm beginning to think it's probably not. Especially if we take the good stuff out first.
Where did you want to get to ideally, or where did you want to know the travel time to?
Old Dressler.
Um,
We're grasping at that amount of straws at this point.
So we're talking maybe 200 miles. So at least 10 days on foot. You could probably get there a lot quicker depending on whether you're willing to take some shortcuts or if you're on horseback the whole time.
With 200 miles, I'm willing to take the
road less traveled.
Give me
I'm willing to.
the cut through the Witchwood.
Yeah. I'll try my luck at Skullgorge Bridge for 200 miles. Do we want to go to? Do we want to leave the town, or do we want to wait for your armor?
I feel like we should probably wait for your armor
How long is that going to take?
tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, this is a super. I do not think this is possible. How likely do I feel, or how practical would it be to build a ballista with my crafting check? And I'm assuming I could do that in a day.
No, it would probably take like a week
Yeah,
to do that or longer.
Okay.
Could you do it? Maybe.
I mean, it seems like it's kind of in my repertoire.
You'll get
but
one shot with it, and
I
then the
mean-
dragon will destroy it.
The dragon doesn't know we only have one shot.
No, I'm telling
Oh.
you, it will shoot once, and the dragon will say,
Hey,
"Hell
that's
no."
a problem.
Yeah.
Let's kill that thing.
How long would it take to make a dozen ballistas?
Well, it's just like scrolls, where if you're gonna
Yeah,
make
make
one,
one.
might as well make 12.
Yeah, it's
And
basically
it takes
the same.
amount of time.
Oh my god.
Can be the fantasy Henry Ford and introduce a
Yeah.
assembly line.
See, what you should be asking is how long does it take to create a ballista factory?
Yeah.
And then you're set.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I hear it's a best practice. We should just implement the architecture.
Oh no. No.
I'm ready to go out
Just
and
download
leave
it.
this place and
Just feel like our talents are going to be more better served harrying their forces than sitting in this town.
yeah.
If we feel that we can do some good today, I'm fine to be a little more vulnerable today. If that means we can do some good. That's protecting the people is more important to me than running around without my full armor.
Okay, so if we assume that they started moving, let's say that the bulk of their force started crossing Skull Gorge the day after we took down the bridge. So yesterday, right? Maybe the 4th. Yeah, because that was we traveled through the night to the 4th, and we'll just assume that the day after we took down the bridge, they started trying to mobilize. So it took them about 3 days. So they're still in the process. This is day 2. They're still in the process of navigating the gorge. And how far is it for us? How far of a ride is it for us to go from the ferry, if we took the Dawnway, from the ferry up to basically Skull Gorge Bridge, right? That's a whole day's travel on the Dawnway.
On the Dawnway, that's like 25, 30 miles. So on horseback, you could do that in a day rushing.
At that point.
Depends on who your slowest person is, but yeah.
At that point, we're talking about you not having your armor for
Today, and then we'd be heading back tomorrow, presumably.
if we did something to harass them either in the night or the morning before fleeing back.
Oh, we're talking about harassing. I see.
What were you thinking?
This makes more sense. I was thinking about the giants again, but
Well, we could get to them. This is still the day where if we wanted to talk to giants, we go today.
I think we should.
At this point, there's nothing else that we're doing here.
Yeah.
So I've changed my tune on us going to see them. I thought we'd actually have some meaningful movement. We're not having any, so.
An optimist.
Well,
Okay.
I thought there'd be a conversation,
Yeah.
even though I didn't think it would be an effective one.
To the wood giants.
Yep, let's go see if they can disappoint us as much as humanity has.
All right. So what's the plan here? It's probably, still before noon.
Yeah.
Before, by the time, you do all your shopping and stuff.
I'd say we're like blitzing there.
We
in my
sh-
opinion.
I may want to ask to leave our one more rune to be transferred with the wizard, since we'll be gone a minimum of 2 days probably.
So he's got today's worth of transferring the one rune.
Mm-hmm.
He'll have tomorrow of making those the sets of scrolls.
I didn't realize that.
Do we want to delay the? I maybe we could delay the scrolls.
Yeah,
tell
the
them to delay
scrolls
the
are
scrolls and
less urgent.
get the transfer done.
Up,
I mean,
up to those who.
I'd rather have the scrolls, but I think it's more important to get the striking runes. To be honest.
I defer to parties that it affects.
Yeah.
Which is everyone but you.
Yes.
Everyone but you is biased.
Well, even though I'm biased
No,
towards wanting the scrolls,
well-
but I think the runes are more important.
Well, I agree with you.
So we should do that.
I agree.
Okay.
Should do that. So we'll have him
There you go.
day 2 transfer scrolls, transfer rune,
Can you only do one rune per day?
Yeah.
and then day 3 he can do.
Scroll work.
Yeah.
Okay.
So one person will not get their rune.
Or maybe day 3 he does another rune. If there are 4 days, then he does the scrolls, I guess.
He asks why the change. Do you tell him what you guys are doing?
Yeah.
Then he does ask to be paid in advance.
No,
He
Yep.
says he's nice about it. He basically says
Yeah.
like, "Hey, I wish you the best of luck, truly, but I would like to be paid before you guys leave."
As long as
Well,
you
I
will
mean, if
be
we
here.
die and don't come back, you can just sell the weapons
Well,
for
say,
substantially
yeah.
more than we owe you, right?
What the sword we're giving you to transfer the rune from is worth way more than being paid in advance.
What are you gonna bring for a weapon if you leave here?
Oh fuck me.
I was gonna leave my spark blade and bring the bastard sword.
Yeah, so
And-
you can
and-
do that. What are you going to leave
Time to
and
get another
then
loner.
use?
Oh wait,
You guys bought a battle axe, a +1
but I'm
striking.
giving the battle axe to transfer to my dwarven axe.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, what happened
Oh,
to the
wait.
longsword?
Wait, yeah. Can we give him the longsword to transfer to my battle axe? I take.
Was
So
that
the-
We have a bunch of
Oh,
things.
I see.
I give him the longsword. If we give the longsword to transfer to my dwarven axe, I can use the regular +1 striking axe until which means we get back. As long as we get back within by the third day, he wouldn't have started working on it anyway.
It's fine.
Yep.
I don't care. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. I just want to ask him for fucking another loner. Like,
Hey,
so now it's just
it's us
here.
again, Moreland.
No, not again.
Yeah.
We need more loans.
Okay.
Is he okay with not paying in advance then? Since you just
I mean, we
sell
still need to pay in advance for the one.
I mean, you're giving him permission to take your stuff if you don't come back?
Well, okay, we paid for everything already. We paid for everything from the first time.
Yeah.
So we paid for the armor transfer rune.
Yeah.
I took that out of our inventory.
Yep.
The only thing we wouldn't be paying for is
The weapon transfer in advance.
Yep.
yeah.
So we paid for everything
Yeah.
else already. in
Because if
advance.
we never see you again, you keep the weapon, and if we do see you again, we pay you for the weapon
transfer.
transfer, and then you get the weapon. Either way, you get your money.
Yeah, you make a good point.
Okay. I'm good at this.
Good luck.
But wait like at least like a week, I guess, before.
Yes. Yeah. Look for us at dawn the third day. But hopefully before that. So yeah, maybe night the second day. Unless it's going wrong. Anyway,
Let's go.
let's go.
Yeah. We're riding as fast as we can.
All right. So, what are all of your speeds?
All on horseback.
All on horseback, I would say.
Taking the horses again. That
But like it. Yeah. So what is that? 25 feet.
yeah.
Okay. Let me.
Well, our speeds are 25 feet. Our horses are faster.
Oh, what are your
Yeah,
What is
horses?
horse speed?
Honestly, I think how horses are faster than my mount, and my mount's speed is 35 feet.
Really?
Yeah.
Are they 40?
I think they are 40.
Riding horse. 40.
Okay, let me check then, because Nethys screwed up travel speed.
Of course.
I need to look up the.
The trade-off with goat is that it's a climb speed of 15 feet.
Yeah.
So horses cannot climb mountains, but my
No.
freaking goat can.
However, with 2 actions, it gets gallop.
It's at the summit.
The riding horse strides twice.
Yeah, but I don't think you can do that unless it's an animal companion that's ranked high enough. I could be wrong. I can't remember. I was reading about that. Is that the support or is that something else?
Listen, man. I'm just looking at the horse.
Wait, what the heck?
It does have a hoof attack.
Oh, these are okay.
I would like a zombie horse, please.
That seems useful. I'll take a riding pony.
Okay, yeah, they just straight up did not put this table in the right place in Nethys. That's annoying. So you guys can travel 32 miles per day, which means you can get.
How far did they say it was to the old capital? 200?
200.
So that's 6 days.
On horseback, yeah.
2 miles per day, about 4 miles per hour.
6.25 hours.
Yeah. Hey, we're there before dusk.
You're there before dusk.
Put ground down.
Yep.
That's blitzing, yeah.
So
That's the name of my
you
Yours is Dawn.
do not encounter any hobgoblins on your way.
Do we encounter any changes that look like hobgoblins were passed through this area?
No.
That's to be surprising if we did.
Concerning.
Yeah, like it's the bridge is back.
They'll just, the bridge is down, and they've just been dead sprinting for the last 12 hours.
If we pile up corpses in that gorge, we'll fill it up, and then we can cross again.
We sneak up to look at the bridge, and there's just there's a chain of goblins holding each other's legs, laying across the gap of what the bridge was, and they're just riding carts across them.
I almost wish we would have just kidnapped one of the council members and brought him with us to show him the what if we went to the bridge?
Now that would be a creative approach.
Yeah. Look with your eyes. See how the bridge is gone. You see the army on the other side. Okay, are we on the same page now?
Awful good character.
I'm not awful good.
Oh, you're not?
No.
Nice.
No. I am somewhere between neutral good and lawful good.
So you guys get back to
Even though
the
Goliath is exactly-
effigy
Yeah.
by dusk. What do you guys want to do once you're here?
Burn it. No.
I would say head down the path towards the
Towards who knows,
Giant
who knows
fort.
what.
the giant fortress.
Who speaks? You do? Okay.
Yeah,
Of course it's you.
Joe too. Yeah. Lots of giants in the north, theoretically.
Who has a better story than Runar?
So you guys head up that path, and my PDF is not rendering.
Overrated.
Here we go. It takes another hour or two on horseback, so by the time you see the campfires in the distance, or campfire in the distance, it's quite easy to spot in the darkness.
Nice.
The path here is not the Dawn Way. It's a side path. And it's overgrown, but not so much that it's like dangerous for your mounts to travel. But I mean, do you do anything when you see light in the distance?
I'd say we would
Dismount and lead the mounts forward on foot.
I would say we don't want to be like sneaking up on this
Okay.
person.
We
I would say
Presumably don't have weapons drawn.
no.
Absolutely
I think
not.
no weapons drawn. We are not making.
Okay.
We're not trying to sneak here. We want to let this person know we are coming.
We are also being, and I'll probably have you do the talking, but follow my lead. Let's just be extra careful around the woods right now. And I'll try and basically have people follow me to not disturb the wilderness as much as possible. Like we're walking through
Yeah.
it, but not trying to like break any branches.
Not
Like we're just
trampling stuff.
just trying to be gentle with the woods.
Do we have any reason to believe that forcing other animals to serve us, and our horses and goats, would upset the
No,
giants?
not unless they are native animals to the forest.
Okay, they're not.
That's good.
Horses are not.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Goats
yeah.
from the mountains, horses from not the forests.
Plains.
Plains.
Yeah.
Especially if your animals are well treated.
Yeah.
I think that would also.
Oh, I spoil mine when everyone was looking.
He's got like a combed wool.
Yeah, but like
There's a bow.
occasionally, but like,
Yeah.
but more with like treats, more like no, he only eats what's healthy, just grain and grass and whatever he needs. And then when I was looking, I just give him an apple. And it's just like,
So as the last of the light sort of disappears from the sky, the old track that you're on comes to a rather abrupt end, in a sort of otherworldly, sort of creepy hill surrounded in shadows. It's especially unnerving as at the hill's base there is a ruin, a big collapsed ruin of which at one time was probably a pretty impressive fortress. Not of stone, but of wood. And you can still see like the massive logs that used to form the walls of the building. But now it's just sort of like a big heap of moss-covered, rotting timber. But you see there's a thin curl of smoke that rises up from a huge fire pit amongst this timber. And before you see it, you smell it. The smell of sweet roasting meat on the fire. As it comes into view, you see a giant sitting by the fire in front of what looks like a boar the size of your horses, maybe a little smaller than your horses, sort of curling or spitted and spinning above the fire. He is muttering to himself as you approach. You can hear it even in the distance, at a distance. And at the same distance, you can see he's big. Really tall, extremely lean. He has sort of stooped shoulders, and his skin is that sort of yellow-green that if you know anything about forest giants, they sort of blend in with their surroundings. However, his skin, as you get closer, and you can see in the reflection of the fire, it's marked with a bunch of really angry-looking red blotches that cover up the green. And he looks like he might be old. He has a massive mane of green hair that comes out way out around his head, and then from his sitting position, his beard and hair come all the way down to the ground.
damn shit. I didn't think I beard envy.
He does spot you before you get within spitting distance, and immediately sort of stands up and grabs a club.
So yeah, like as he does that, I will speak to him in Jotun. And actually, the way I imagine this is like my accent is like sounds like very archaic to him, like it's something that his grandfather would have spoken. Because I'm from a very different area, and it'd probably be more like Frost Giant Jotun than I would know than Forest Giant Jotun.
Oh, I see.
like the idea that I have
Like-
like an archaic.
Like you didn't learn from the forest giants. You would
Yes.
have learned a different dialect,
Yeah,
sort of
and
like a pigeon or something.
Right, and it's like I imagine it's like sort of almost like Shakespeare to him, or like very very archaic or dated.
I see what you mean.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna put my hands up to show they're empty.
and
Okay.
so I'll say, hail Jotun. We humbly ask to treat with you by our fire and share tidings that affect us all in the forest.
He'll respond in his own in his own language in Jotun, and he holds out his spear or his club in your direction, and he says, "You little worms speak my language. You did for my kin, but you won't do for me."
No, reply to. We mean you no harm here. I've certainly fought no Jotun before. I don't intend to do so now. I hope that we can treat peaceably as I bring tidings that can affect you and the forest.
You can try to make a diplomacy check, or you can bluff if you want. If you want
I
to.
bet both. I'm not bluffing, really. But, and I'll... I'm trying to think
You got a hero point to bring.
of... Yeah.
Diplomacy him into submission. That's terrible.
Hero point.
That's twice as good,
Yeah.
but just as bad.
So, I guess Are we okay if we, like, offer him the gauntlet? Does anyone have a problem with that?
If it means we're getting their aid, I was gonna say I would be agreeable, like as we travel here,
Yeah.
to give him the gauntlet and even up to the deed,
Yeah.
if that's what it takes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but also we don't need to like open with
Sure,
that.
absolutely.
Right, yeah, I'm just saying,
Okay.
I wouldn't
Let's hold
make
that as
clear.
like
But yeah,
Trump cards.
Yeah.
So what did you roll?
I rolled a 4,
Plus.
0.
Okay.
Oh.
I didn't really want to.
No one can talk to him.
Yeah.
He'll respond in common at this.
Oh.
And he'll say, the last time my kind spoke with your kind, all of my siblings ended up dead. Why should I talk to you? And he sort of looks at all of you. As he stands there, you do notice he looks ill.
Not hurt, but ill.
Yeah, it looks like the rashes on his skin, the red splotches are like on his joints, and they look painful. Although he does stand before you holding this giant club without a shake of his hand, so...
That staff.
I was about to say, well, it might be able to help you with ease some of your pains. Something of a healer.
What do you know of giant kin healing?
Giant kin healing.
Yeah.
There's a giant kid.
What do I know of giant kin healing? But I would say that I'm skilled in the magical arts.
Do you have, out of character, do you have something that would heal disease?
Cleanse affliction is
Okay.
on the staff of greater healing.
Yep.
Okay. He will say, okay, you want to heal my wounds or my rashes, my red welts? Be my guest. If you fail, I'll eat you.
Seems like a fair enough trade. He'll be totally unfazed by
Okay.
this, by the way.
All right.
And I will go up to him with the Staff of Greater Healing. I will cast Cleanse Affliction. So if like he has a problem, I think it basically will reduce. If a disease has advanced past stage 1, reduce the stage by 1.
Okay.
So like, it might not. I don't know. I have no idea what his disease is, but like, in theory, I can either reduce it or completely eliminate it.
Okay. So you.
Attempt to counteract the affliction if it is a disease or poison is the heightened 3rd level, which is what I'm casting it at.
Okay. So how does that work? Does he get a save?
It's just targets one willing creature, and if he's willing, then I attempt to counteract the affliction if it's a disease or poison. If it's has advanced past stage 1, reduce the stage by 1.
Okay, so there's counteracting rules.
Who knows? You could fail here.
So
It's heightens versions of the spell. Attempt to counteract with each casting. The initial reduction is like the level 2 effect, and it reduces the stage of it. If you have it heightened, you also get to counteract the disease or poison.
so is it or is it not heightened?
I guess I'll heighten it because it means I get the reduction and a chance to counteract it. So I think I get, the way I'm reading it is I get the reduction but for free because it's a level 2 spell, and then if you heighten it, you also get to counteract. But
Okay.
that's my reading of it.
All right. Well, I can look offline later for
Yeah.
how to use staves.
I don't really, that I don't know for sure. Like it's specifically a heightened spell. That it's not really the staff. It's the, it's like the spell itself because it's a level 2 spell. That.
So, I need you to make a DC or a skill check with I guess medicine.
The other one's failed me too.
Hey, it's the same roll as
This
the
is
other one.
unbelievable.
No.
Like, well, I guess I don't get the second part of it.
So the
No bonus.
It's plus 9, so it's a 13. But
you can tell that the swelling of his joints is reduced, but you can also tell that you were not able to remove the disease. He sort of like picks up a leg and like rotates his foot around in a circle and shrugs and then sits down.
I won't. Unfortunately, I've only reduced the effects of it, not cured it completely, but should feel a lot better for quite some time.
He rips off a leg of boar
Yeah.
and takes a bite, sort of sniffs it, and then hands it to you, and says, "Why do you little people talk so much? What is it you came here to say?" It's also like this. Like, this is what you're holding.
Yeah. Oh, well,
Like a huge hungry
Yeah,
hand.
I'll sit down by the fire and I'll take a bite out of. And if, I don't know if one of you guys wants to explain it, or I'll be talking for a while, or I can explain it.
That's what we can. Okay. We've come to see where you stand. There is. I don't know how aware you and your people are, but there is a large host of goblins advancing from the west upon this land. How aware are you and people of this?
Goblins come from time to time. That's
So this would
Not-
be a large number of thousands of goblins.
Great host, you say.
he looks to you and then in Jotun asks for clarification on the number. Like he's not quite
Yeah.
sure in common if he's hearing it correctly.
Yeah, I'll clarify that it means thousands, and I will add that there was a dragon that burned down a swath of. I will specifically burn down a swath of forest with its decaying, with its poisonous breath. I want to make sure I add that part in near Skull Gorge Bridge if he wants to check it out himself.
He might be big enough to whistle that dragon to the ground for us.
He'll respond after a moment, kind of taking that in common, and say, "How long until they get here?"
They were
A matter of days.
2 more days, maybe 3.
It'll probably take them days or weeks to get that many through the forest. No?
as they do, they'll be trampling everything in their path. Thought this may concern you, as it certainly concerns us.
Yes, I'm sure your little towns will be trampled to nothing.
In time, until we're able to push them back. Which will not happen overnight, but in time.
And so, you're here, what? Asking me for help?
Asking to see if you wish to also stand against this force, for we could help each other.
Well,
I understand we actually visited the keep to the south, right?
Yeah.
To the south of here.
he curses when you say that
I understand.
in Giant and Jotun, and chucks a boar leg across the campfire into the woods beyond.
Mm-hmm.
And what of it?
Alright. It's clear that you and your people and the humans of this land have had conflict in the past. So I would understand your trepidation, but I do believe that there is much to gain in helping one another against this foe.
Perhaps it's better for me to let them get through the forest quickly so they can deal with you all in the Vale. Get out of my forest.
What happens when they return to take the forest?
Or if they're not so quick and nice about walking through the forest and leaving.
If you want to see how much they care about respecting your forest, go to Skull Gorge and see what their dragon did.
Well, maybe I will. Maybe I will. And so what? You want me to throw myself upon them?
Well,
Step on them until they consume me in my forest?
unless your people, numer in the hundreds, and you think each of you could kill 10 of them, I don't necessarily think that would be the most productive approach. Certainly it would do some good and help the people of the Vale, but ultimately your people have every right to live in these lands as anyone else, if not more so. In fact, certainly more so, just as my people find their home in the mountains. The people that live, do your people call it the Vale as well? This land that we all live in.
No, that is a human word.
Well, then this valley that we all call a home, I don't believe there will be much left of it after this swath of goblins is done with it. And I can't help but think a force consisting of all races capable of sort of compassion and kindness all on one side wouldn't be the best chance we have.
You may be able to use your considerable talents in navigation through the forest and stealth to harry them, slow them. We're not asking you to make a suicide stand. We're simply asking you to slow them, bother them, crush some of the buggers.
And if you'd be willing, we'd fight alongside you in that.
You all must be pretty desperate.
And crazy.
Are you familiar with the town just across the river to the southeast?
I've never been down there, but I know of it.
That town is effectively already going to be lost. There's the enemy's forces are too great, and our defenses and fortifications there are not nearly enough. So to say that we are desperate would be accurate. However, this force comes at us as largely a surprise to us. We only discovered its approach yesterday, which I can kind of say because we were awake all day. And so it will take time for us to muster the forces we need to stand a reasonable chance against this group. But it's not clear having people of your strength on our side could only help. And I also can't help but think that the people of Vale would be grateful for your help, and perhaps it would make some. It would do some good in terms of reducing the animosity of both sides.
Animosity. You little folk killed an awful lot more of my people than we did of you. And I will remind you that you're the ones that built your little towers in our forest.
I can't say that I'm here defending their choices. I'm sorry that that's what you and your people went through. People can be cruel, and I wish that was not the case. That is the way. I mean, of all kinds of people, I'm sure that there are people among you that are more cruel than others.
Perhaps, but we still respect. We respect our home.
And I'll send a message to you. Now the time to close with the gauntlet.
I telepathically respond, right? Can I telepathically respond? Or can I just...
I would say you would just like nod or something, because you have to mouth the words, and so it would be a little.
I'll just do this. Yeah.
So.
And you have it in your bag.
Yeah. So we, as a show of our good faith, we return something that rightfully belongs to you. And I'll give him the giant spike gauntlet.
He sort of picks it up out of your hands and turns it over, and at first is a bit accusatory.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you have this?
As I said, we went to the fortress and we found it there, amongst what was left. There were a small group of those goblins there that we were sent to eliminate, and as part of that, we found this. We assumed that it belonged to your people. So we come here
It
to
does
check
indeed.
too.
That actually belongs to a human named Big Hand Stan.
Make your diplomacy check.
For the big hand stand comment? Yeah.
Do I get my plus 2?
You get plus 10.
Plus
It's probably his freaking gauntlet.
I mean, if this isn't enough, even with a 13, with the plus 10 on top of it. 32.
32 is enough. He sort of puts his hand in the gauntlet and sort of sort of squeezes his fist a couple of times. Okay. Okay. I'll rest tonight. We'll finish a meal, the 5 of us, and then I go to the mountains to retrieve my nieces. And then we'll step on some ants for you.
Afterwards, do you intend to return to your homes, or do you wish to fight alongside us in the battles to come? I'm asking mostly and largely because if you wish to join us, I would ensure the people of Drellens. I would ensure the people of Drellens Ferry know that should they see a group of forest giants approaching across the river, to not be alarmed.
Don't press your luck, little man. We won't leave our forest.
Very well.
But we'll have some fun with your little hobgoblin friends.
Mind like they said, mind the dragon. It's, I would use your expertise in navigating these forests to avoid direct conflict with that one. It's a real piece of shit.
Well, that is something we've had some experience with. If I remember correctly from my youth, dragons don't like much being hit with boulders. So.
We have found our siege weapon.
We also have found them employing a host of other creatures, such as a minotaur, and what was the creature in the roof again?
I'll translate that word into the best I can into Jotun. I'll say like bull man with horns, and
What was it?
I'll shrug, and I'll translate both of those as the best I can.
How many bigger than us?
None so far.
Right?
Nah.
Right? Am I correct in saying
The
that?
giant mentality. If they're not bigger than us.
I'm simply saying that I don't know what other types of creatures they may employ, and I don't wish any harm to come to you and your kin.
I think we'll be okay.
Alright.
He takes his beard and he like weaves it through the gauntlet and sort of ties it so he has it like here in his like a big charm, you know.
Yeah.
And he says, "Now, eat."
I will eat.
Yeah.
Surprisingly good.
Yeah.
It's as far as you can tell based on the bones sticking out of the hide, it looks like some sort of dire boar.
Mm-hmm.
Would you mind if we rested here as well tonight?
After this meal, you're not going to have any choice.
Just laugh it out.
If I'll make sure you can rest easy tonight, but I'll be gone in the morning.
It's very kind of you. We also have a long distance to travel tomorrow.
I mean, there's more here to eat than you could possibly.
Yeah.
I mean, the size of that one leg was enough for all 4 of us.
Yeah, I wonder if I have
Too bad horses don't eat meat.
I know.
I wonder if they say how big
this
a dire boar is.
I go to town on this thing.
Yeah, I think we're pretty hungry. We've been riding hard all day.
I mean, thinking the fact that the shindig roast is smaller than this leg,
Yeah.
and it feeds 20 of us. Like,
That sounds like it would be
Could have fed the poor for a week with that leg that got thrown into the woods.
Well, that was just a bone. He sucked that
okay.
one dry before he threw it out.
He doesn't seem like the wasteful type.
How big is he, by the way?
He's big. He's
Like size-wise bigger than that dragon?
yeah. Oh yeah.
oh.
I mean, he's skinny. You can tell he's like old,
Yeah.
but But yeah, he's big. He's big. He looks tall. For any of you who made prior recall knowledges on forest giants,
yeah.
he looks tall for a forest giant. He's probably maybe 16 feet. Because he's a little stooped, and he's still like 15 feet tall. So.
Yeah.
What's that?
Said he's afraid to leave his.
I want to ask him, and I'll go shake his hand, and I'll tell him my name is Runar, and ask for his.
He won't shake your hand, but he'll give you like a
What would be a more Jotun thing to do, based on what I know?
well,
Handshake.
Fist bump.
Jotun to other Jotun will touch their inner arms, but
Yeah, it'd be a.
it's not really they're not disrespectful to small folk,
They wouldn't.
but
do it to us.
but they wouldn't do that
Okay,
to
that's fine. Then I'll just ask him for his name, give him mine.
he'll chuckle at you, but he'll say Warklenaw. Warklenaw's the name
Warklenaw.
with a K. Warkle.
Warklenaw.
Yeah.
Is that W-O-R?
Warkelnaw. War is in war, Kel is in Keenan and Kel. Nah is in hell nah.
That's right. You nailed it.
Oh, wait, really?
Damn.
Wow, that's impressive.
I really was hoping this entry on this board would give me like a weight, but it doesn't. It's just like real big.
Autocorrect to No.
So you guys eat. He's not super talkative, but he does talk about hunting the boar.
I will absolutely trade hunting stories with him.
Oh, that's interesting. He'll listen to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll especially if you've fought anything that might challenge a giant, like that might be
Hydra, perhaps.
Sure, yeah, he'd listen to that story.
Talk about the Hydra fight.
He says he's never seen one of those before. He's never fought one. But
You could tell him about how these creatures are disrupting the whole ecosystem.
Yeah, that I would probably talk to him about that as well. I'd talk to him how I noticed there was something wrong here with these goblins, because everything about the Witchwood and the game and the just creatures of the forest was wrong.
it's
It moved around in places they shouldn't be.
good and bad, I guess. You fought a Hydra, but these Direboar never come down this far out of the mountains, so maybe some of us got luckier in the last week than others, I guess. But you're right, it's not good. It's not something we want to. There's no long-term good for the forest in this.
Never good to have too many people tromping around through these parts.
He does not sleep, as far as you can tell.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem to look. I mean, he looks tired, but not in a like I'm about to fall asleep way. Just more of like an old man way.
Yeah.
And he does not sleep, as far as you can tell. I mean, no matter how long you guys decide to, even if you do a watch, he won't sleep. But he seems. I mean, if you trust him, he says he'll keep watch as long as you want to rest.
I'm gonna rest.
I'm also gonna rest.
Yeah.
Assuming I got no vibes, he's lying to us. Yeah, I'll rest.
I'll tell him if he wants to stick around for when I wake up, that I'll give it another shot with the staff, with helping his condition further.
Yeah.
He gives you like a slight nod, but he just kind of
Waves it off.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, so you're a spontaneous caster, so I think you can like expend spells to cast more. Or something like that. Just
That'd be
You
sweet.
just double check that. I will do that.
check the staves. Look up staves
Okay.
for the generic rules for all staffs.
be right, actually. Oh yeah, can reduce the number of charges it takes to activate a staff by supplementing it with their own energy. So, yeah, I can.
Do you have spells left?
I have a third level spell slot.
So I think then you can try it again.
Yeah, I'll give it another shot.
All right. Excellent.
So I guess reduce the stage by 1 again, and then try another counteract.
That's way better.
21.
Finally.
That's
Double
enough.
digits.
Over the course of about an
Let's go.
hour,
Scared
um,
the whole time.
you can see the swelling drastically reduce and disappear. The red spots fade into scars
Right.
after a long time. It seems like he's had this disease for years, maybe,
Yeah.
like long time. You get the sense that he's pleased, but he doesn't want to let you know
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
Yeah,
I just cured arthritis.
So after
Gout.
and that hour or so, he'll just say, "Go to bed.
I'll go to
Go rest."
Does he look hurt, or is it just he's like?
He's old. He seems like an old guy.
I know,
Now
well-
he's no longer.
If you want to make a medicine check to try to find out what it was, you can.
Oh yeah.
So make sure he doesn't need healing as well. If the disease reduced his max HP, and now it's back up or something.
I can actually, based on aura sight, I can get what conditions or afflictions that he has by just using my skill aura sight.
Okay. There is a disease that anyone can catch, but it's more potent for large creatures or huge creatures.
Yeah.
Called the red ache, and it's like it's almost like an arthritis. It's a strength sapping. It makes you very weak, and makes it hard for you to get around effectively, and just tends to last either until you regain enough strength to get rid of it, but normally it's just you have it until you die.
Mm-hmm.
Not this guy.
I just cured arthritis or gout.
When you all wake up, Warkelnall is gone.
Do I take another jaunt to interesting dreamland?
You do. It's exactly the same as before. You stand in the dark before a shimmering pool that just sort of reflects starlight above you. Just a black pool of water. And you hear that same voice. Ask for your, I guess, agreement and a name.
Shadow Steel.
There's a pause. The water goes from completely black to crystal clear, and you see mud, clay mud at the bottom of the pool. And you hear the same voice say, lift me from the pool.
I'll reach into the mud.
Your hands come up full of mud. And then you hear the same voice say, shape the clay.
Yeah.
Hi. Alright, I shape it into a bastard sword that has finesse.
Shapes it into a glaive and
Or dwarven wax.
I think short sword is still probably just the most sensible option. 'Cause basically, I like being able to do 2 different kinds of damage,
So
Yeah, I'm sorry.
so short sword. You want it to be a short sword. However, what do you want it to look like?
Oh no.
You begin to sort of imagine a sword in your mind, and the clay, without your hands moving, take the shape of that weapon.
I'll work on this.
Okay. I'll let you have that, but only because we're gonna end the session.
Yeah. you said we're gonna-
right about now.
It's a good time to have to think about that.
Yeah.
Apart from that, though, and you will wake up with a weapon on your chest, sort of your hand grasping its hilt, even if you did not fall asleep that way. The rest of you wake up feeling refreshed and still full, and the forest is quiet around you. You see no sign of Warkelnaw. You see no sign of his club or that gauntlet. And we'll end there, I think.